God, energy, Mahadeva, whatever. A complete space. That's the exact inner image I am carrying. Outer image. Listen. Outer image. How I project myself. I am projecting myself as a being to transmit that experience to all of you. You can call us an enlightened master or a teacher or an incarnation, whatever way you want. You can give any title. I am a being to transmit that experience. That's my outer image. Declared outer image. Others' image. Listen, others' image. I may declare that I am here to transmit this enlightenment experience to you, but people expect that I should heal their physical pain, mental pain. I should bless them for wealth. I should bless them for a healing relationship, peace, bliss, contentment, completion. See, the other's image, what people perceive from me and expect from me, maybe it is different than what I declare, but even then I am responsible. Because whatever they expect is within the purview of my declaration. Please understand. When I say I am here to transmit that experience to you, to give that experience to you, I have to give you at least 1000-volt spiritual energy. But to clear your cancer or headache, I need to give only 0.5-volt energy. So if you expect me to heal your physical problems, I am responsible for it because that falls in the purview of my declaration. Anything which can be done by the transmission of energy and experience of enlightenment, the side effect, after effect, byproduct of transmission of energy, you have a right to expect from me because that comes within the purview of my declaration. It is my responsibility to fulfill it. Only if you expect that I should win the World Cup, playing the football match, I am not responsible for it because that doesn't come under my declaration, the purview of my declaration. But anything you expect in the line of physical health, mental health, complete relationships, wealth, fulfillment, completion, enlightenment, I am responsible for it. Either I have to give you that. If you are not ready to receive, I have to prepare you and give you that. But till you achieve it, I am responsible. This is what is taking responsibility for others' image. And the life image. The image I have about life and others. The whole world is here to celebrate this joy with me, to celebrate this bliss with me, to celebrate this completion with me. That's all. So understand, now you also look in and find out the inner image you have, outer image you project, others' image you created for which you are responsible, and life image you are having about life and others. pen down exactly what you have, then we will find out the root cause of all the problems you have in your life. So understand, the exact inner identity, outer identity, and the gap between the inner identity and the outer identity. And what you want others to experience, feel about you, and what you feel about others. There is always a big gap between these two. You want everyone to feel about you as a loving, caring, trusting, blissful, joyful person. But you believe, you think about everybody as crooked, cunning, cheats, bunch of thieves. Now you need to know the gap between your inner identity and outer identity. That gap is neither good nor bad. Same way, the gap between what you want others to feel about you and what you feel about others. This gap also is neither good nor bad. If both these gaps makes you powerless, both of them are bad. If they does not make you powerless and you know how to play with that, then it is not bad. Sometimes it is good. Some of the very powerful, the most powerful strategies which Krishna did to protect Dharma are done from that space where other person can't even understand with what kind of a logic you are functioning. Other person can't even understand, you can never understand with what kind of a dharma Krishna is functioning. You can never understand. But he is the most dharmic being. Because the gap between inner identity, outer identity has not put him in powerless space. SDHD, self-doubt, hatred, denial. When he was running away from Jarasandha, I can be 100% sure he would have had a cup of coffee or a coke and chatting with his Sakhis, if not flirting, in his chariot. He would not have had a single moment of powerlessness. But if he has seen some enemy spy, immediately would have shown the face as if he is afraid, frightened, running away. He knows how to play the game with. Because even the inner identity, outer identity, the life image and others' image, even that has become like a nail and hair for him with which he can do makeup, whatever he wants and play with it. He knows how to show them, showcase them, and use them, play with them. So understand, not to fall into any powerlessness by these four identities and the gaps between them is completion. Today I am going to lead you guys for that only. Today I am leading you guys to that level of completion. Study all the blind spots you carry between these four components of your identity: inner image, outer image, others image, life image, and complete all those incompletions which puts you in powerlessness. And you will experience Satori, and the Satori will become stable in you as enlightenment. Understand, completion is life. With completion starts life. With completion, life is awakened. With completion, everything auspicious starts in your life. Understand, in completion you may apologize, not because you feel powerless, but because you feel powerful now, not because at that time you did some mistake, but because at those days you had inadequate cognition. Please understand, as a law of life, your cognition will continue to grow. As law of life, your cognition will continue to grow. As law of life, you will continue to expand. Then now you have only two choices. One, either you go on be crying about your past as a wrong, mistake, or you can look at the whole thing as inadequate cognition and raise your cognition level. I tell you, when you complete, do not have apologetic mood. Do not feel the guilt. You have done something wrong. No. Because if you feel guilty, you will not go through all the past and complete. Because even one or two will make you so tired, you will be agitated, irritated. You will think, what is this? Why should I think? So you will develop a subtle hatred towards completion. You will never sit for completion sessions. How many of you feel, listen, bored or tired, don't want to sit for completion? Raise your hand. All of you need to know, you are only having a deep guilt about past. You should know you have not done something wrong in the past, but listen, you have not done anything wrong in the past, but it was just inadequate cognition. You expecting you should have the adequate cognition from the childhood is impractical expectation in this society. Then you should have become my Gurukul child. In the society you can't expect to have a complete cognition. You can't expect society to allow you to continue to have Gurukul. If you just allow the complete cognition, full brain of a child to be functioning, helping the child, encouraging the child to learn. So first thing you need to understand is completion is not feeling guilty about your past, remembering your past inadequate cognition and completing it so that decisions and patterns you developed during inadequate cognition does not need to continue to exist in your present inner space and affect your life now. If you are bored, unhappy, don't want to sit for completion, be very clear. You are not completing, you are just sitting with your past guilt and just brooding over. Completion is not apologizing. Same way when you are completing with others, don't be in the apologetic mood. You are not apologizing. Sometimes apologizing may happen. See, many times, only if you feel powerless, if you fall into the powerless mode, you apologize. Don't fall into powerless mode. Sit powerfully. Remember very clearly, when you had those powerless moments, some part of you have been stuck with others. Now you are reclaiming those parts. That's all. For example, if I had a fight with my elder brother when I was 6, and still that memory is there in me, that fear is there in me, that feeling is there in me, means still that 6-year-old child is influencing me. So all I am trying to do is I am liberating myself from that fear pattern which I created at the age of 6, which happened due to fighting with my brother. I am not now going and apologizing to my brother. Oh, sorry, that time I beat you. Now I apologize. No. You may apologize in some time, but completion itself is not just apologizing. It is like making the other person understand and making yourself understand that fighting in the young age created a strong, fearful, powerless pattern in you which is responsible for still you struggling, suffering with a wrong cognition, improper, inadequate cognition. Completion. Only with completion anything in your life is possible. And I wanted all of you to understand, you have to first start completing even with this pattern of self-doubting. See, if I complete, is it going to help me? And when I sit in front of the mirror, start completing, I don't think I feel complete. Even these all patterns, please understand, how many of you feel, if I sit in front of mirror and do the completion process, I don't know whether I am complete or not. I don't know. This is an important pattern you need to understand. How many of you feel that way? Raise your hand. So understand, all of you have one important pattern, self-doubting. This self-doubting pattern, unless you complete with that pattern also, the completion will not happen. Understand? The pattern of self-doubting along with your root pattern and split up of your personality, one more thing has entered into you, constantly doubting. Please listen. Because any part of your personality decides or does anything, the other part doubts that cognition. Whatever your right hand does, left hand is doubting. Whatever your left hand does, right hand is doubting. So you have to do anything with both the hands, only then it will be successful. So first of all, you need to complete with this doubting pattern. Constantly doubting yourself. Because you constantly doubt yourself, you doubt about the truths of completion, four tattvas, principles. You doubt everything. You doubt you. Because you doubt you, you doubt me. Please listen. If you doubt you, you will doubt me. Because I am inside you more than you exist in you. If you are occupying 20-30% of you, I am occupying 60-70% of you. So naturally, if you doubt you, you will doubt me. And if you have anger towards you, you will have anger towards me. Sometimes people think, oh, I don't have anger towards others, I have only anger towards me. But I tell you, when you dig, you will see very clearly, vengeance towards others, when you can't express it, it becomes anger towards you. Vengeance towards others when you can't express it, when you think, oh no, they are powerful, I have to be dependent on them, then it expresses on you. Today, I'll expand only on how to complete with your self-doubt. Understand, today I'll expand just on this one subject. Self-doubt. Sit and look in. Look in to find first time when the self-doubting started in you. The moment you realize your inner image about you is different and the outer image you project to others is different, self-doubting will start on you. The moment you realize behind the screen you are like something, outside the screen you are like something, or in front of your wife you are something, you have a different way of behaving, outside when she is not there you have a different way of describing her. Your inner image about you, your outer image about you, the way you project you and the way you think about you, when these two are different, the way you think about you is mamakara, the way you project you is ahankara. When these two become different, especially when others are convinced about the image you project outside, you think, oh God, all these fellows are fooled. Even though I am hiding what is and projecting different, everyone is fooled. Then I think this is the way everyone is fooling others. Then you start doubting everything and you. Listen. When there is a disconnect between your inner image about you, the image you project about you outside, means your outer image. When there is a disconnect between these two, and especially when you are able to convince others, you are able to convince others about your outer image, the way you project yourself is the true image. When you are able to convince everyone, suddenly the self-doubt starts getting developed. What am I doing? What is this? The worst conscious killer disease is self-doubt. Especially self-doubt established as a pattern in you. You will see very clearly, you will work for something, and when it becomes a failure, you yourself will take revenge on you. You did all this, na? You need this. This is called Atma Droga. Understand? First Atma Sandeha means self-doubt, then Atma Droha. This leads to Atma Hadya, self-destruction. Now that is the poor human beings. Look in and start digging out. When first time you started having self-doubt, try to remember, recollect the earliest memory of your self-doubt. When you yourself did not trust the words you uttered. For example, even now when you declare with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, I declare, one part of you saying, you don't neither have integrity nor have responsibility or have authenticity. What are you declaring? Keep quiet, you are not going to be successful. These are all pseudo drama. What others, they may be telling because they may be having. Before you even complete one statement, your other part has finished satsang. But I tell you, only by the declarations and making them into reality, the spiritual strength, the Atma Bala is created. Sit with all these self-doubting patterns, pen them down, relive and relive them, complete with them. Don't doubt whether you completed with your self-doubts. That will be one more doubt, at least complete with that. If you have self-doubt, complete with it. If you have one more doubt whether you completed with your self-doubt or not, complete with that also.
Nithyanandam, genesis of identity. This is what Swamiji was explaining to all of us about, right? How many of you understood this very, very beautiful explanation of inner image, outer image, others image, and life image that Swamiji just explained to us?
And can I request every one of you to start with posting the definition? What is inner image? What is outer image? What is others image? And what is life image? Can I please request all the participants to take a few minutes and post? You all can come to your chat and please take a few minutes and post. Come on, I request everyone to start. What did you understand as mamakara? What did you understand as ahankara, anyakara, and swa-anyakara?
Sorry, I see a lot of messages saying bad sound. Does it sound better for all of you now? Nithyanandam? Okay, it's okay. Thank you so much. I sincerely apologize for the previous glitch that we had. Okay, listen carefully. Now we all are going to be attending to this part about genesis of identity. What we carry inside of us, how we carry ourselves, because the first person, the ideas that we carry about ourselves, that is going to decide how are we relating with life. That is going to decide how we are going to show our second, third person, how we are experiencing the life around us. So that's why this part is too important. Magitanjali has posted what I am perceiving within me. Right. So now I request all of you to post what are these four? What is inner image? What is others image? What inner image, outer image, others image, and life image? What are these four? Can each of you post the definition of each? Marlies already has it ready, I think. The moment I asked, she typed and posted. Okay, let me read yours. I request all others also to post. Inner image is how you perceive yourself from inside, which is always smaller than you portray. Very good, Malisa. So you put in brackets saying Malisa. You have posted in the bracket saying that others image, which people mostly do not tell you. But you yourself is like you yourself carry an idea thinking that, okay, this is how people are thinking about me. You yourself have a certain idea. Am I right? Now we are going to be addressing that idea that you carry inside you, thinking this is how people are thinking about me. Are you understanding now?
And also, Swami explained very beautifully, right? The expectation that people will have on you based on the declaration that you make. For example, Swamiji was telling, Swamiji's declaration to the humanity is he's here to give enlightenment, correct? So, based on that, all those where Swamiji is transmitting that energy, through that energy and experience, any expectation that you have on Swamiji, Swamiji said he is responsible to fulfill it. Like, for example, let's say, because we all know Swamiji is Paramashiva, and we all have an expectation, okay, Swamiji will grant our boon, Swamiji will give and attend to all our prayers, he'll heal us from any issues that we have. All of that is the Anyakara. But Swamiji also gave another example. If we tell, oh, okay, Swamiji should win the next soccer match, that Swamiji is not responsible to fulfill it because that is not part of the declared identity. If your declared identity is you are a mother, right? You are a mother, That means the child is going to expect you to take care. The child is going to expect you to attend to her. All of that is the outer image. Outer image is the based on your declaration that you give. The society, the expectation that the society has towards you, that is outer image. Understanding, ma? That's a difference. So you're not really responsible for someone walking the road expecting that you have to know to sing properly. You're not responsible to fulfill it. But if you have given a declaration that you are a good singer and people expect you to sing properly, then you are responsible to fulfill it. Catching it? All right. Now let us all do the enter into the exercise. Now we're going to be doing a very quick and a powerful exercise, which is going to help you understand, identify your identity in each of these of the four: inner image, outer image, others image, and life image. What is your inner image that you're carrying? What is your outer image that you're carrying? What is the others image? And what is the life image? All these four aspects you can attend to it and you can understand what they are, what they mean, what they stand for. Okay, shall we all get started? Can I request every one of you to get a notebook and pen, please? Please bring a notebook and pen. Now, please pen down. Take a few minutes. Pen down what you feel as you, what you perceive as others, the second person, what you perceive as your first person's perception of the others. So basically, what you feel as you, how you experience as you, mamakara, how you project yourself to others, ahankara, the outer image, and what you perceive, you think that others perceive about you, anyakara, and what you perceive about others, swa anyakara. All of these four, please pen them down. Take few minutes. I request everyone to write. First step, write down all the words, statements you carry inside of you about you. For example, I am very weak and I am not doing things good and I am alone attracting everything in the negative way. For me, things are not happening properly. And how do you project yourself about yourself to outside? That you're very happy, you're very confident. Write down all of these four images. In every step that you have written down, identify all the kinds of words, statements that you use to describe each of these images that you carry. And listen very carefully. What you have written so far is what you have currently. Now, I request everyone to write down the 4 images that you want to have. For example, the best inner image you want to have. Till now, you might have just said, "Okay, I'm very bad at organizing things. I'm a person who's not very confident. I'm afraid, and I am not very good enough. I'm not smart enough. I'm not beautiful enough." Now, that might be your current identity. Irrespective of that, now write down from this moment onwards what is the best image you want to have. For example, you want to have that I want to be a friendly person, I want to be a leader, I want to be an inspiration for others. This might be the best in an image. See, do not write everything as just Paramashiva, Paramashiva, Paramashiva. I want to be Swamiji, I want to be Swamiji. See, listen very carefully. Only the more detailed you write down, the more better your mind understands it, cognizes it. So write down the best inner image you want to have. It could be anything. I want to, when even if you say Swamiji, I want to be friendly like Swamiji. I want to be hardworking like Swamiji. I want to be intelligent like Swamiji. Write down very detailedly. This is the most important aspect. Please write down in elaborate detail as to what you want to have as the best inner image, what you want to have as the best outer image, what you want to have as the best others image and best life image. Can I request everyone to post once if you're very clear, if you understood the difference? Just want to make sure. Can you all please put yes in the chat if you understood? Because till now, what you wrote is what you have currently. Next, what you're going to write is what you're going to have, what you want to have, the best image that you want to have. So can I please request everyone to put in the chat? Okay, Daniel, I understood. And I also request you all to, you don't need to post the current images you're having as it is in the chat. You can just write it down in your notebook. Okay, Alexa here, did you understand? And all the others, if you all have understood, please confirm, let us know. Nithyanandam, George Greenberg, nice to see you here, Nithyanandam. Gatis, Jurevics, Kong Kong Zoo, Piotr Vajda, Kaikun. Can I request every one of you to please write down? See, Rajesh Patel, what you've written down is now your current inner image. Okay. Now write down the best inner image you want to have, the best outer image you want to have. What is the highest image you want to have about yourself? Write that down. Let us all take 5 minutes to write this down. Let's enter into the next step of the process. Write down in the images that you have written down. Understand the inner image, outer image, others image, life image you have right now is your inauthentic identity. And the inner image, outer image, others image, life image you want to have is your authentic identity. Your current identity may be I am weak, I am not smart, I am not enough, I am not doing it right, I am not getting it correctly. All that could be your current identity. But please understand that current identity is inauthentic identity. Now, write down, you're going to work on your authentic identity. You're going to align yourself to the authentic identity. And what does that mean? Listen very carefully. Please listen very carefully. Your current image that you carry, all the low inner image, outer image, others image, life image that you carry about others inside of you, that is your inauthentic identity. All the low inner image that you carry right now, what you carry is filled with incompletions. Am I right? We feel bad, we feel this, that, everything inside of us. The authentic identity is what you want to have. Identify and pen down all incompletions that are stopping you from expressing your authentic identity. Like, for example, you feel you are very you feel always any decision you make leads to a failure, so you feel you're a person who cannot manage things properly. Your authentic identity is what? That you want to really be a leader who knows, who can get things done. You want to be a go-getter. Now see what is stopping you from expressing, becoming that authentic identity inside of you. Look in, identify that, pen down all the incompletions that are stopping you from you becoming that authentic identity. Are all of you catching it? Are all of you getting the difference? Now every one of you, Ma Ratna Prabha and Ma Gwanil Troitier, every one of you write it down. Are you all understanding the difference between authentic identity and inauthentic identity? Yes? If you're all understanding, can you all put yes in the chat? Maliza, Nithyanandam, every one of you, please write it down. See, this is a very powerful exercise which can help you completely alter. Write down the incompletions. For example, if you want your authentic identity to be a leader, but what are the incompletions you're carrying? You feel that you are not able to, you're not smart enough, or many times you feel that you're not as good as others. You feel there are others around you who are doing it better. You're not able to catch it. And that is why you feel you becoming a leader is impossible. Write down all those incompletions that you are carrying inside of you. Please pen them down. For each of the incompletions that you write down, find out why and when it started. For example, when you were young, one of your friends would have told you that, you're not smart enough. And in the class, you always saw that others got the right answers as opposed to you. So you always felt you're not good enough, you're not getting it right. Write down all of those. Please pen them down. Take a few minutes. Now, let us all enter into the next step of the process. Have all of you finished writing down? All right. Now that you have written down the incompletions in each of this, understand it is these incompletions that sits in you, inside of you, as self-doubt, self-hatred, and self-denial. And they consistently keep reoccurring. Now, all the incidents that you wrote, make sure that you are completing, reliving, and relieving them. Make sure that you have continuously working towards completing them, bringing yourself to the space of completion. Understanding? All right. So now let us all enter into the power manifestation session. We will now be moving to the next session where we are understanding about the science of power manifestation. And you all can take a few minutes, and here we have the gifts for this session. This is the glimpses from the session on Genesis of Identity.
Yes. Now that we have done the whole beautiful process of the genesis of our identity, understanding the basic components of all the four identities we carry, let's enter into the power manifestation session. Every clarity, every completion that happens in life, Swamiji very beautifully explains, always manifests as powers. Because generally, in our life, all our energy is being sucked by the what we call the past. See, the past doesn't actually exist. Even the ideas you have about your past, you bring them in the present and only think of them. But when we have the idea of a past, so much of our energy, our time, our awareness goes into that. But then, when we slowly, one by one, disconnect all that connections, all that energy which we're pouring into keeping our past alive, we fall in the present moment, and any power manifestation happens at that moment. Today, we're going to be doing the awesome power of materialization. So, it's a very exciting power, materializing whatever you want, 3D printing your reality. That is the power of materialization. Let's start with the Shastra Pramana for the power of materialization. The Shastra Pramana for the power of materialization is from the Paushkara Agama, Vidyapada, chapter 6, verse 101. Praptya gunaः pancha yoginah karanatmajaः manasabhishta samsiddhi praptirnama gunalayah. As part of the Ashtamaha Shaktis, one of the Shaktis is Prapti, which arise for the yogis through the internal organs, antahkarana, such as the mind and others. The power of attaining whatever is desired by the mind is called Prapti. It is declared to be the abode of all desirable powers, an abode which brings about all the desired qualities. The Apta Pramana for this power is very beautifully how Neem Karoli Baba is manifests in his life. There is a little background about him. Neem Karoli Baba was born in 1890 to a Brahmin family. As was the custom at that time, his parents got him married at the age of 11, but he had no interest in the worldly life and ran away from home and reached Gujarat, taking the life of sannyas. After 15 years, his father gets to know where he is and begs him to come back home. After lots of pleading and crying, Neem Karoli Baba agrees to come home. He continues his regular life, has 3 children, but few years later, again leaves home never to come back. Then he starts traveling and doing lots of miracles for people and helping them. Finally, in 1973, he attains Mahasamadhi. In Neem Karoli Baba's life, it's a very popular name which you would have heard because of the incidents in the life of Steve Jobs and Mark Zuckerberg. In 70s, Steve Jobs was in a very bad situation. He was in so much loss and all sorts of problems. So he comes, one of his friends tell him, you go and see Neem Karoli Baba, it will help you. But Baba had attained Samadhi just a few months back. He spends some time in the ashram, goes back to America, starts Apple, and becomes who he is today. So when Mark Zuckerberg had started Facebook and he was in a lot of problems, he goes and asks Steve Jobs for some advice. Steve Jobs also tells him, go to Baba's ashram, go to Neem Karoli Baba's ashram. And when Mark Zuckerberg goes there, comes back, he also has amazing success. So beautiful. Even without the physical presence of Neem Karoli Baba, just by the space that he left behind in his ashram, how we are able to see very two big names that we would all have heard have attained success, have materialized their future, their present, their money, everything from just the power of Neem Karoli Baba. This is how we can see the power of materialization. And today, all of us are going to be manifesting this power. How many of you are excited for this? The power to 3D print your reality. Now, this is a very clear science that Swamiji has given. In this first round, we're going to be sitting and materializing Bhasma in our hand while focusing on the levitation. So now you can just clean your hands completely and keep it like this. So you can close your hands or you can leave it open. Make sure there's no external source. You're going to be materializing the Vibhuti. See, any other powders also can come, like kumkum, sometimes Jnananjana, Haritaki, various things will materialize. In this round, we're going to be materializing the Bhasma, the Vibhuti, the sacred ash. The whole science of materialization is a very clear thing that Swamiji has revealed. Swamiji reveals about superdeterminism, which is the power over now. It is not just the power of now, it is the power over now. Now, understanding how this works a little bit. Right now, we understand modern science. We have all heard of the double slit experiment, right? Where the particle, a photon is fired at two slits and it forms a wave pattern. If there is no observer, and as soon as an observer is placed over there, it forms a particle pattern. It's matter. So based on this, the conclusion we can come that an observer is what collapses a wave energy into matter as we see it. Now, our reality that we see around us today is matter, right? When we see our laptop, our bed, our house, everything is matter. But as we understand E equals mc square, as Swamiji says, the matter is energy. There's not two separate things. At a lower frequency, we perceive it as matter, and at a higher frequency, we perceive it as energy. Now, what is creating that infinite possibility of the universe? As they say during the double slit experiment, when the particle is fired, it has a superposition, meaning it travels through all possible paths, and only when it hits on the other side, it chooses a particular path. That is what they say happens when there's no observer. Right now, our universe exists in a space of infinite possibility at the quantum level. Every single possible outcome already exists. When we use the power of superdeterminism, we fall in the present moment. And what exactly happens at that point? When you are in the present moment, the idea of an observer and an observed disappears. Understand this very clearly? When there's no more thoughts, as I was explaining in previous sessions, the thoughts we have is what causes a boundary. When you close your eyes, the whole universe has disappeared. Yet we have an idea of a boundary. It's due to the thoughts within us. But when our thoughts are no longer there, when we catch the gap in our thoughts, we are in the present. We're no longer in our past or in our future. In that present moment, the boundary dissolves. The idea of something observing and something being observed dissolves. And the whole universe is in a superposition. Now, all the infinite possibilities are available to you. Whether it's the possibility of right now having Bhasma in your hand, the possibility of materializing, of having an apple in front of you, the possibility of having anything in your reality is there. When you're in the present moment, you can decide that cosmic intelligence, which is the life within you, can decide the way the future, the way the moment has to happen. How many of you are catching this? When we are doing the power of materialization, the only thing we're doing is dropping our thoughts, dropping that which is telling us we are separate from the people around us, from the things around us. At that moment, all the infinite possibilities of the universe are open to us. From there, it's just a matter of picking it and bringing it to this reality. Again, separating yourself and collapsing it to the matter, where you are able to form any energy into matter. Let's start. As Swamiji has revealed this profound science of how power manifestation happens. So I request all of you, you can sit with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Chant the Mahavakya. That frequency, that vibration of the cosmos that Swamiji has given for all of us to align with the nature of the cosmos. Sit, chant the Mahavakya. Look intensely through your third eye. Manifest that space in ritual. Swamiji will just flow through you. When you drop your thoughts, when you drop your identity, the cosmic and identity, the cosmic energy flows through you. Chant the Mahavakya. And do the manifestation.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Relax.
Om Nithyananda
Tap your palms. Look around you. If you have any deities on your laptop, always these are the places where the materialization happens immediately. So you can look at your palms, you can look in between your fingers. Many times the materialization happens in between the fingers. So you can look around you, your dress, the laptop in front of you, and if you have any padukas or deity, you will have seen immediately the bhasma happening. You will also be able to see the slight gold particles appearing in your palm. That is one thing which happens very often, it actually happens a lot, where your fingers and in your palm, if you put a torchlight, sorry, I think some people are saying that my sound was bad. Is it better now? Is the sound quality better now? Is the sound quality better now? I think the mic had just had a small issue. So I was just saying, all of you, you can check around you, you can look and see how the manifestation has happened for you around. Look at your dress, the laptop in front of you, between your fingers. Very clearly you will see how so beautifully Swamiji is showing the manifestation happening. Now we'll be entering into the next session. How many of you have heard of what are the dimensions of the cosmos that you know? Regularly, as per modern physics, what do they say are the dimensions? So we would have heard of length, breadth, and the depth, right? Then maybe we would have heard from Swamiji time and space, the time dimension and the space dimension. We have various theories like string theory, which says we have 11 dimensions. But generally, which we experience in our life, what we understand, we know the 3 dimensions of length, breadth, and depth, and the dimension of time. In this session now, Swamiji is very beautifully going to be revealing the 6th and the 7th, the higher dimensions of this cosmos up to the 7th dimension. What is the 7th dimension of the cosmos? Nityatva. Very beautifully now, we're going to be hearing from Swamiji about Nirantaratva and Nityatva. Let's now enter into this beautiful session.
What is incompletion? Past interfering into the present and try to manipulate the future. That is incompletion. Your memory, form you carried in the past, entering into the present and trying to destroy the future form is incompletion. You can always see whenever you have a pain, guilt, powerlessness, incompletion, you will be visualizing, imagining your own form in a deep suffering. You will be visualizing, imagining your own form in a disgusting way. Look inside. Please understand, I am giving you a very deep insight. Whenever you are powerless, angry, violent, incomplete, look in, you will be remembering your own form from the past, which is actually you will be flashing your own photograph in your screen. Let me talk in the language of computer, you will understand. You will be running your own photographs in your screen, inner space screen, which is taken during the very sad, depressed moments. What can I do? Lost, over. That kind of the photographs which you have taken at the wrong moment and preserved, stored in high resolution, in a stupid way, in your inner space, you will go on be replaying them. See, whenever you are powerless, you are not going to remember the full smile photograph of you or the ecstatic photograph of you. When you remember that, you are going to be in the space of completion. The deha, form you carry during incompletion, just by remembrance awakens the same incompletion. Understand? Just by remembrance, something can bring incompletion or completion. The moment one incompletion is triggered by somebody, then that's all. You don't see the world anymore. The world does not exist, only my world exists. That is what is meant by the great Mahavakya, Jagat Mithya. What you perceive as my world is Mithya. Because a small incompletion, the moment it got triggered, it gets triggered. A small incompletion, the moment it gets triggered, you stop seeing the world and you are deluded in my world. Brahma Satyam, Jagat Mithya. I don't disagree. Jagat Mithya. But that does not mean in your actions you will not radiate the truth Brahma Satyam. In your actions also you have to radiate the truth of oneness, non-dual consciousness. While you are seeing your finance, your accounts, sitting with your auditor, do you feel that oneness without falling into the powerlessness? While you are sitting with a spouse and having a dinner or lunch, do you feel that oneness without falling into the powerlessness? When you are sitting with your team and discussing your corporate strategy, your office strategy, your consciousness, does your consciousness be established in that oneness and non-duality without falling into the powerlessness? Look in. Just your back pain disappearing is not the result of Advaita. All the pain which you have hidden in your back should disappear. Not just back pain disappearing, all the pains which you have put it in back Just few line. Listen to this few line carefully. 1. Try to remember the earliest, as far as your memory goes, the earliest first time you felt powerless, either by fear or guilt or weakness. First time when you felt powerless. It can be as simple as your mother made you sit on the dining table, or you were playing in the rain and your mother slapped you and dragged you inside the room, or just a stone thrown by your friend or your brother has hit you. It can be as simple as this, or your sister snatching the ice cream. Now usually sisters don't snatch, only brothers snatch. Now I have seen. Sister is the best relationship. I grew up in large family. Sister is the best relationship. It can be as simple as your mom gave one sweet extra to your younger brother. Your dad gave one cloth or jewel extra to your younger sister. It can be anything. First time when you felt powerless, what was your inner image? Means, what did you tell about you to you? What was your outer image? How you showed you to others? How you reacted to that situation? And what was your life image? Means, how did you judge others or life at that moment? Listen, what was your inner image? What was your outer image? What was your life image at that moment? It is almost like a surgery. You have to now cut yourself and see. It's a surgery, literally. Because now you will remember an incident which happened at the age of 8. When you try to find out, open that incident, suddenly you will remember something which happened at 6. When you cut and start remembering that incident, suddenly it will open up something which happened at the age of 3. Earliest memory. First time, as far as you can remember, when you became powerless. Actually, you will be surprised, because I'm going to blow prana into you. Means awaken your pranic energy. You will remember the memories you never thought, you never imagined you will be able to remember. Actually, only now you will see directly what I can do to your mind. You will suddenly remember the deepest layers of your memory. You may even remember what happened during your birth, and even those scenes you may start seeing. Actually, I am going to blow prana into your navel center. You will be there only, I will be here only. I will be awakening you. See, that navel center, that means your umbilical cord connection with your mother. That is the zone stores earliest memories. And if that awakens, means Kundalini enters into that navel zone, suddenly you will see from your birth, when they cut that umbilical cord, from that you will start remembering the memories. There are 3-4 rules. Always root pattern will be formed before the age of 7. So the first incident you find will be before the age of 7. If it is after 7, you will have to dig out and you will find it. Always the incident will be before the age of 7. That's one. Second, all major sufferings, whether it is physical or mental, you go through in the life will be connected to that root pattern. It is the root pattern responsible for serious physical or mental sufferings you go through. It starts only from there. And blessed are those who complete with their root pattern when they are young or before it manifests as any serious disorder. We are going to be working on complete completion. Please understand, just by removing a tree completely, just by uprooting a tree, you cannot be safe that nothing else will grow in that place or the tree won't happen again in that place. No. You need to understand a very important thing. If you just see outside, the ground where Nithyananda Sabha is going to be built, there are hundreds of neem trees. We uprooted all of them and cleaned the land. But go and see, at least 50 neem trees are again back. Even if you uproot the tree, the essence of the tree stays in the ground. So when the water comes and the sun comes, the tree starts happening again. There are some trees you don't need a full seed for the tree to happen. Just the essence of the tree is there in the mud, that's enough, it will grow. There is a herb, Amambacharisi. Just the essence of that herb is enough, it will grow. Same way, just removing your root pattern is not going to completely liberate you. How to stop the tree not happening again? How to make sure the tree will not happen again? How to make sure that tree is not going to sprout again? Burning, boiling the very root, it's a very land where the root can sprout. Same way, burning your consciousness, purifying it to the root from where even the root patterns can grow. That is what I call complete completion. Manonmaniya Vidya. In Sanskrit we call it Mana Unmana. Awakening inner space. Awakening the inner space. Mana Unmana. Please listen. Awakening the inner space. With this process of complete completion, we make sure even if there is a smell or the essence of the root patterns exists in the ground, on the soil, it doesn't sprout again. It doesn't grow again. Manonmani. Please understand. Mana, unmana. Unmana means awakening. Mana means inner space. The complete completion awakens your inner space completely and does not allow any leftover unattended roots of the root patterns. For a neem tree to happen again, 1 inch old root is enough. Please understand. Just an inch length old root is left without removed. The tree will happen again. You don't need a seed. For a banyan tree to happen again, just 3-inch root if it is left without being removed from the land, that is enough. It will happen again. You don't need a seed. For your root patterns to grow again, you don't need to leave 3 inch or 1 inch. Just if you go back and see the same people, that is enough. If you see the same people who are responsible for your root pattern, that is enough. Understand? The complete completion is like ensuring the safety, ensuring the spiritual protection. All incompletion is nothing but the fact not being given enough inner space and cognition and respect by you. And the perception itself is given the first priority and respect. If the perception is recorded as a reality in you, which is going to be constantly changing, will give you a deep insecurity and instability in your life. But instead, if the fact is given the place of reality and the perception is given the place of perception, the recognition, the change of perception will not lead to more and more incompletion. And the fact does not influence your decision and perception influences your decision. I asked you to get five examples. The perception influencing you as a fact and forcing you to take decision, and fact influencing you as a perception and forcing you to take a decision. Every time when you do completion, every time when you are completing, you are moving from Purusha to Mahapurusha, Mahapurusha to Siddha Purusha. Manonmaniya happens in you. Mana, Unmana happens in you. Bring completion every time. Every moment of your life, feel complete. Be in the space of completion, powerfulness, joy, bringing the space of completion, bringing the space of completion in every thought, every word, every action, every feeling, and every moment of living is enlightenment. how both complement each other. Please understand. Ultimately, the complete completion happens when you don't even bother about complete completion. Even the desire or the effort for the complete completion is surrendered. Even when that effort is surrendered at the feet of the divine, the complete completion happens. The signs of surrender. Please listen. Listen sincerely and intensely. The more and more and more completion you do, the more and more the surrender starts happening. I need to define surrender. Surrender is no way starts with powerlessness or gives you the powerlessness experience or ends in powerlessness. Surrender starts with powerfulness, leads you from power to more powerfulness, ends in ultimate powerfulness. Surrender is no way connected to powerlessness. Many times in your powerlessness, the giving up, you call it as surrender. No, giving up is not surrender. Giving up is not surrender. Listen. Giving up is not surrender. A Shiva Bhakta will never give up on himself or others. Surrender doesn't come by powerlessness. It comes by tremendous powerfulness. The signs of completion and the signs of powerfulness both complement each other. The signs of completion and signs of powerfulness both complement each other. When you complete more and more, you become powerful. When you surrender more and more, you become powerful. More completion leads to more surrender leads to more completion. Completion is nothing but falling in love with your higher self. Desire to reside in the higher self. Surrender is nothing but falling in love with the embodiment of higher self, your Ishta Devata. Your Ishta is nothing but your higher self. Surrender should lead to more and more Ishta, not Kashta. Naturally, surrender leads you to more and more powerfulness, not powerlessness. It leads to more and more powerfulness, more and more joy, more and more strength. Understand? When you carry the space of surrender, everything in the life listens to you. Even a plant drops all its thorns just by your request. How do you think just our Gurukul kids are able to talk to plants and the plants are listening to them? And they are dropping their thorns. Understand, it is not a myth or a story I am talking. I can show you in front of your eyes. The surrender makes you deeply powerful. The space of completion makes you deeply powerful. Surrender is misinterpreted, given the wrong meaning in the Western thought trends. There the word is used more like in the war when you lose, you drop all the weapons and surrender. Here I am not using in that meaning. The word surrender has totally different meaning in the Bhakti literatures. So maybe I may not even want to use the word surrender in English. I use the word Sharanagati. Powerfulness radiated by the devotees. And I was not weak. Akkammadevi was not weak. Meera was not weak. Kanakadasa, Purandaradasa, Vittaladasa, all the great Dasa Sampradaya devotees are not weak. They were never weak. Understand. Kanaka Purandara Vittaladasas, Meera, Akkamma, Andal, all of them are not weak. They all lived in the space of powerfulness. Even completion you can intellectually grasp, even if you don't practice, just watch the satsang, you will intellectually grasp what is the completion, what is the power of completion, I am sure. So the completion can be understood even if you listen intellectually, but the Sharanagati is surrender. You need to see somebody experiencing and radiating it. You need to be around some great bhakta, devotee. Because it is such a beautiful experience. You need to see that radiating in the body language. Saranagati, surrender, can't be understood just by the intellectual. Intellectually, if you try to understand, it will only lead to that surrender happens during the war period. Only that meaning you will get it. Which is not a powerlessness, kind of a giving up, a failure, drop out. But the Bhakti Sampradayas, the Bhakti traditions do not mean that kind of a surrender here. You become more and more powerful, more and more strong, more and more intelligent. The Bhakti Sampradaya, its definition of surrender is totally different. So understand, more and more practice of surrender leads to more and more experience of completion. More and more experience of completion leads to more and more practice of surrender. When the science of completion connects with the science of surrender, the space you create becomes reality. Because all your individual incompletions should be completed. When you are complete, your individual identity should be surrendered to the cosmos. Then cosmos functions through you. Individual identity is made out of bunch of incompletions.
Just now, Swamiji very beautifully revealed about the patterns that each of us carry inside us. The root thought patterns, when the patterns become strong, when the incompletions, the past thoughts, the emotional hangovers, that is what is an incompletion. So as that emotional hangover gets deeper in us, all the past thoughts, everything starts becoming stronger and stronger inside of us. And that forms what Somji calls as a root pattern, which all of us listen to and learnt about right now. Root pattern always gets created before the age of 7, and after the age of 7, pattern cannot be developed. It only becomes a branch pattern. But only from the root pattern, the root cognition with which you see life, only from that all incompletion starts happening. There's a very beautiful revelation that Swamiji gives for this, how the root thought pattern gets created inside of us. These incompletions, the past thoughts, emotional patterns, hangovers, residues, sitting in the present and suffocating you, not letting you live the futures. And all of these patterns boil down to one root thought pattern. This one root thought pattern that sits inside of us suffocates us. It suffocates you. It pushes you again and again back into incompletion. And it creates a deep hangover in you. And it is with that you start judging all the other patterns, incompletions, everything inside of you. Are all of you catching what a root pattern is, a root thought pattern is? Now, as long as this root thought pattern sits inside of you, and as long as that exists in you, understand all the incompletions, everything in life is created by this root thought pattern. And just you analyzing it, understanding this one root thought pattern will help you completely shift and have a breakthrough in the way you see life. Now, all of us are going to be focusing on identifying our root thought pattern. What is this root thought pattern which sits inside of us? Take a few minutes, identify the earliest incident which made you powerless. Go back to the earliest incident. It could be something very small. It could be just that your brother grabbed a chocolate from you when you were supposed to, you wanted it. And it could be any small incident. Go back to that and identify the earliest incident and write it down. Take a few minutes. Now, let us understand a little bit about what is this root thought pattern. Please listen very carefully. All of us have something called patterns, the thinking currents in us. Swamiji explained about it right now, correct? Now, these patterns that we carry inside of us, they sit in us as root thought patterns. And constantly, they make you get stuck into the same loop again and again and again, which means you will get stuck in life in the same thought pattern, the same thinking trend, and you're stuck to that. And what happens because of this? Continuously, you are stuck in that same thinking pattern. There's a very beautiful example that Swamiji gives. In how many of you have been to these temples in India where they keep elephants in temples? Ma Janet, I'll answer your question. Okay, Ma Janet, I'll answer your question. How many of you have been to India and seen these temples where they have elephants in temples? Can you all put yes? How many of you have seen? Okay, no problem if you've not seen, but those who have seen it. See, actually, it's a very beautiful thing. In temples, they keep an elephant in the temple and they make through, so they basically drive these elephants and the elephants will be blessing people. It's a very beautiful tradition. It has its own significance. In all of these temples, if you've seen Ma Saralananda, Ma Pushkala, Putting, you've seen. Okay, understand. In all of these temples, right, when they put the elephant in front, it's a very funny thing actually. If you see huge elephants, they'll just be tied with a thin rope. Means if the elephant just kicks once, the whole, that's all, the whole rope will break and the elephant will be free. But if you see that such a huge animal, such a big elephant, it will not even break free. It will not even attempt to break free from that rope. The way it is very funny. If you know how this whole thing works, these mahouts will not control the elephant with some big heavy canes, nothing. They'll just have a lightweight stick and a thin rope holding back the elephant. You know why? When the elephants are small, what these mahouts will do is they'll tie the rope so strong. And when it's small, naturally the rope is going to be strong for it. And then the elephant is trained when it is very small itself. It will try struggle to escape, but it cannot break free from the rope. So the elephant will decide that it cannot break free from the rope. That rope is going to hold it back. Even 50 years later, when the elephant is so mighty and huge, when it can just kick once and the rope will break, it will not even attempt to break the rope. This is exactly root pattern. When you are small, based on some incompletion, many times it's absolutely illogical. Based on some illogical incompletion, we all create a pattern, we all get stuck to that pattern. And then what happens is, continuously, that pattern sits inside of us as an incompletion. Constantly, it pushes you back again and again and again into that same rut. And that incompletion, you get stuck. When you're just 7 years old, let's say your brother comes to you and he grabs a chocolate from you, which you got, and you feel like, oh my God, my most favorite thing is snatched away from me. And there you develop incompletion. From there onward, you keep creating this loop for yourself again and again and again. The brother will change. Maybe when you grow up a few years later, you will feel like, oh, okay, it's just silly thing. But the situations might change, people might change, but the feeling that life grabs from you remains the same. How many of you are catching it? First, it will be your brother. Then you will feel that, oh, it's my friends are the same, others are the same. You constantly project this pattern to everyone else. Ma Janet, you're asking, what if you don't remember any of the incompletions? Every one of us have incompletions. Every one of us. Here the question is, even if you go back to the most recent incompletion, identify what thought current it is inside of you. Then you will catch the thing. Then you will know what exactly is incompletion. It will take you back next, previous, and previous months. So I'll give you all another example. Let's say when you are young, okay, very small, you're playing in the rain. Okay, Andres is also saying, I can hardly remember anything. It was bad. Understood. Listen carefully to this example. You'll catch the thread. When you are small, let's say you're playing in rain. Okay, your mom calls you, and your mom tells, "Come in." You ignore her. You're enjoying the rain. You play in. You're continuing to play, and again your mom calls you. You don't come. Third time she calls you. You don't come. Next, she just comes straight outside, gives you a tight slap, holds you by hand, drags you back inside the house and locks the door. Listen very carefully. What exactly happens now? The moment you see, now later on you may feel like, oh, okay, she did it out of her concern. She didn't want me to catch cold. But when you are 7 years old, all that you don't know, you don't understand that. You feel, why is my mother not even letting me to play? She doesn't love me. She hates me. I'm not her favorite child. She doesn't like me anymore. Like how much my other friends' mothers love the friends. My mother doesn't love me. I don't like her. She does not want me to enjoy. And understand that one cognition you make, my mother does not love me, she restricts me. When you're small, you think she stops you. You don't know the word restricting and all when you're small. You just feel like she stops you. Listen very carefully. That incident you may even forget when you grow. Let's say you're 8 or 9 years old, you forget and you're fine with it. But after your mother, you project the same incompletion in your teacher. When your teacher says, no, don't go to the washroom now, I don't allow you to go to the washroom, you again feel the same incompletion. You feel life that at that point it was mother who stopped you from playing in the rain. Now it is a teacher who's stopping you from attending your favorite cultural event or attending your favorite sports period. She is stopping you. So the cognition that life does not want me to enjoy, life is stopping me, changes from your mother to the teacher. You project the same incompletion. You feel, oh God, even my teacher does not want me to enjoy. Next, from your teacher, it changes to your friends. Your friends, you feel, oh God, look, my friend, every time whenever I go and do something she doesn't like, she keeps telling me, she keeps trying to restrict me. She wants me to only do whatever she wants me to do. After some time, you do the same thing to your girlfriend or boyfriend. You do the same thing to your fiance. You do the same thing to your husband or wife. After some time, you do the same thing to your child. You feel even your child is blackmailing you and holding you, not allowing you to do what you want. You do the same thing to your boss. You feel even your boss is not allowing you to do what you want to do. Understand the incompletion which started a small silly cognition you developed when your mother held you back from playing in the rain. Even when you're 50 years old, that same incompletion is still carried. People might change. You might not even remember this incident. See, mom, Janet Chung, are you catching it? You may not even remember the incident that happened, which caused incompletion in you, but there's an incompletion inside of you. Ma, Andrea, are you also understanding? Ma Karen is saying she's clicking with you. Wonderful. Every one of us keep having these incompletions inside of us. People change, situation changes, everything changes, but the incompletion through which you perceive the incident does not change. That is what you're going to be identifying now. Please take a few minutes, pen down, write down the earliest incident. Even if you don't remember when you're 7 years old, 8 years old, what happened, it's okay. What is the earliest possible that you're remembering? It can be 2 months old, 3 months old, some deep pain or suffering you went through. From that, pen down. What was your inner image at that time? What was your outer image at that time? What is your life image at that time? And what is the other's image at that time? Please pen down. If any of you have any other questions, you can feel free to ask.
Please relax. Now, as each of you are reliving, and as you complete, please understand every time you do this reliving and reliving, all the beliefs, the words that you carry inside of you about you, and how you project yourself to others, all the past pains, wounds, incompletions, it'll all completely start healing, and you will experience a phenomenal shift inside your inner space. Today, all of us are going to be receiving this only as a initiation, where you are literally experiencing that space of complete completion through Anavopaya, Shaktopaya, and Anupaya. So let us all get ready for the initiation. Now, I request all the participants, whoever have finished reliving and whoever is yet to finish reliving, you all make sure you take the time to do the reliving and reliving. It is very, very important that you do the completion, because the signs of completion, it gives you a huge shift in your inner space, how you handle life, how you manifest life, reality around you. Yes. Now, let us all get ready to enter into the power manifestation. We are now going to be manifesting the power of materialization. See, today, all of us, as you're all doing the completion process, your ability to complete, your ability to break free from patterns, your ability to bring the space of complete completion in you is directly related to your ability to manifest, your ability to create anything you want in life. Every time you break a pattern, it becomes a power. Like patterns are like the stopping points. Every time you break a pattern, it becomes a power. Now, if we just understand this one thing, right, how you can break free from all these root thought patterns inside of you. And if you catch this, the manifesting the power of materialization will be easier. What is materialization? Basically, you are making matter into energy and reassembling that energy back into matter. So you're disassembling matter into energy and reassembling energy back into matter. Now, let us experience that exact science as the power that Swamiji has gifted all of us. Ready? Shall we all start? We're going to be having Ma Shambhavananda. It's going to be guiding us into the manifestation.
Now we'll continue with the power of materialization. As Ma Nithyananda had said, disassembling the matter, taking it to the space of antimatter and bringing it back to matter is how teleportation happens. Now what we're going to be doing is the materialization from the energy, bringing it as matter. Nithyanandam, Nithyanandam.
Sorry for the technical glitch. I think there was a small difficulty with my was audio. So basically, what we're going to be doing, listen very carefully. You're going to be disassembling the matter to energy and reassembling the energy back to matter. This is the exact sign. You just need to connect to Swamiji. Can I request every one of you to sit straight, with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line?
Start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. For any happening to happen, when we're dealing with matter, to make it energy, it's all about the vibration. That Mahavakya is the vibration that will make that form, that energy, that Paramashiva which exists out there into the matter that you can perceive in your reality. Now, in this power manifestation, all you're going to be doing is dropping your thoughts, finding that gap which exists in between your thoughts where you can access the present moment, having the power over the present, where all possibilities exist for anything to happen. Even modern science says the probability of an atom or an electron being in a particular place at a particular time is infinite. Literally, there was an article I had read which was really funny. The way they say it is like tomorrow morning you can wake up on Mars. Because the probability of all your atoms being on Mars exists. The only thing is, as per modern science, naturally when you see it, they say the probability is so small it never happens. But through the power of the third eye, when you're no longer looking at it as matter, when you're looking at it as energy, as a quantum superposition of all the possibilities having the equal amount of probability to happen, that reality of you having a materialized object being as real as possible as now the reality you're experiencing, as you going and filling a cup of water or going and picking up some bhasma, that exists at the quantum level, which you access through the present moment when you drop your thoughts. When you chant the Mahavakya, bring that frequency, that vibration in tune with the cosmic energy. So now, as we're starting the power manifestation, sit straight, connect to Swamiji, remember Swamiji in your third eye. Sit as Paramashiva. Chant the Mahavakya and unclutch from any thoughts happening within you.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Mahamahavaagya, spiritual lullaby for Samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. This Mahamahavaagya is spiritual lullaby for you to fall into Samadhi. Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva, to wake up in you. Just remember this one powerful cognition. This Mahavagya puts me in Samadhi. This is spiritual lullaby for Samadhi. And Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva in me. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahavagya. Mahavagya, spiritual lullaby for Samadhi. And Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahavagya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Now, you can open your palms up. You can look around you, whether it's on your deity, on your laptop, in your palms, in your dress. You can look around and see how the manifestation of Paramashiva has happened in your space. Let's all take a few seconds to check, look around. Many times the manifestation starts as intense heat. The energy that comes starts as intense heat in the palms. If you're even feeling that, understand you are manifesting. Don't feel like, oh, there's no material, there's no object. Many times there'll be small golden flakes, small golden shiny thing. When you put the torchlight, you'll be able to see. Or else there'll be an intense heat that comes in your palms when you're doing the manifestation. Let's all now verify the manifestation that has happened. You can take a look at your palms, at your dress, on your laptop, any deities you're having. These are the places usually we see a lot of manifestation happening. And if you have manifested, take a picture and post it. Celebrate the manifestation. That is a direct prasadam from Swamiji. It's a direct blessed prasadam that you have received from Swamiji.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Malita Sege, you're asking that I do not see anything, Ma. Does this mean it's taking more time to manifest physically for me, please? The fundamental cognition with which we should approach manifestation, I would say, is yes, when we are seeing the thing happening, when we see, yes, we know, yes, I am manifesting powers, we say, right? But what actually is power manifestation? Now, even now, me talking to you, you see, you have, let's say, a cup of basma, and you're seeing the basma in the cup. Right now, you have materialized it there. It does not exist, but you have materialized it. Anything in your reality is your materialization. Now, through the power manifestation science, we're understanding how we're materializing this world and changing it the way we want. That's all. So, first thing, you are manifesting. That is the most important thing. You are manifesting this power of materialization. Any power it may be, the minute you have heard it, you have manifested it. Now, why it's not coming in reality? Yes, it may be taking time. You may be not be able to see it. Question yourself again and again. What is that part of me not letting me see Paramashiva's manifestation? Swamiji has said the manifestation will happen. There is, see, it's the reality is there. Just you're not looking at that reality. We understand, right? The superposition, as we hear in modern science, where the every possible pathway for the particular particle to pass through, it goes through all of the pathways, and only when it reaches the other side, it chooses which one. So there is a parallel universe, a reality in which you have manifested. But it's just your eyes are not seeing that. You've not entered that, instead of you've entered this reality. Now, all the whole thing we're doing as power manifestation is being able to tune yourself to that higher reality. That's all. So the manifestation has happened, Ma. It's just that we are yet to tune ourselves to that feed. It's like you're watching on your TV. You're watching, let's say, BBC. Now it's not that the show happening on Times Now is not going on. It's just that your frequency is tuned to BBC, so you're only able to see BBC. You just, all you have to do is change your frequency. So now the more and more we do the power manifestation, I know you have sat through so many programs intensely. That will, it's a cumulative decision. Every time you make the decision, yes, power manifestation is for me. Power manifestation is happening. Every time you do that, you're increasing that frequency. At one point, it will just be a breakthrough and the manifestation will happen. But the key point is to keep that will persistence. Swamiji has said it has manifested. Someone told you that if you just change the channel, you're going to be watching Times Now news. It's not that if you don't change the channel, that the Times Now is not going to be happening. It's just that you're not viewing it yet. The same way, now all we are doing is changing the channel. That's all. Changing the input that we're receiving from life. And when we realize that it's actually not an input, it's what I'm creating out there as my life, then the whole manifestation will happen now. So keep the will persistence, keep the idea, yes, understand Swamiji is manifesting right now. I am seeing a matter means it is his manifestation. And the more and more you go in that space, the manifestation will just flow through you. So now we're going to be entering into the more further understandings from Swamiji on Nityatva and Nirantaratva. Let's now listen to this from Swamiji, further understandings on Nityatva, the seventh dimension of the universe.
What is incompletion? Past interfering into the present and try to manipulate the future. That is incompletion. Your memory, form you carried in the past, entering into the present and trying to destroy the future form is incompletion. You can always see whenever you have a pain, guilt, powerlessness, incompletion, you will be visualizing, imagining your own form in a deep suffering. You will be visualizing, imagining your own form in a disgusting way. Look inside. Please understand, I am giving you a very deep insight. Whenever you are powerless, angry, violent, incomplete, look in, you will be remembering your own form from the past, which is actually you will be flashing your own photograph in your screen. Let me talk in the language of computer, you will understand. You will be running your own photographs in your screen, inner space screen, which is taken during the very sad, depressed moments. What can I do? Lost, over. That kind of the photographs which you have taken at the wrong moment and preserved, stored in high resolution, in a stupid way, in your inner space, you will go on be replaying them. See, whenever you are powerless, you are not going to remember the full smile photograph of you or the ecstatic photograph of you. When you remember that, you are going to be in the space of completion. The deha, form you carry during incompletion, just by remembrance awakens the same incompletion. Understand? Just by remembrance, something can bring incompletion or completion. The moment one incompletion is triggered by somebody, then that's all. You don't see the world anymore. The world does not exist, only my world exists. That is what is meant by the great Mahavakya, Jagat Mithya. What you perceive as my world is Mithya. Because a small incompletion, the moment it got triggered, it gets triggered. A small incompletion, the moment it gets triggered, you stop seeing the world and you are deluded in my world. Brahma Satyam, Jagat Mithya. I don't disagree. Jagat Mithya. But that does not mean in your actions you will not radiate the truth Brahma Satyam. In your actions also you have to radiate the truth of oneness, non-dual consciousness. While you are seeing your finance, your accounts, sitting with your auditor, do you feel that oneness without falling into the powerlessness? While you are sitting with a spouse and having a dinner or lunch, do you feel that oneness without falling into the powerlessness? When you are sitting with your team and discussing your corporate strategy, your office strategy, your consciousness, does your consciousness be established in that oneness and non-duality without falling into the powerlessness? Look in. Just your back pain disappearing is not the result of Advaita. All the pain which you have hidden in your back should disappear. Not just back pain disappearing. All the pains which you have put it in back has to disappear. Suddha Advaita Sugabodha Jnanam. The pure Advaitas, joyful influence and the wisdom which comes out of joyful influence. Please understand, the joyful influence of Advaita is what I call completion. The joyful influence of Advaita is what I call perpetual completion. The joyful influence of Advaita is what I call Sahaja Samadhi. Paramashiva's own reflection, his own reflection in this universe is yourself. Yourself's original source in the parallel universe is Paramashiva. Listen. Understand this example. A swan, Paramahamsa, flying on the sky, is just floating in the sky. His reflection falling on a swimming pool. The reflection is you. The swan is Paramashiva. The swimming pool is your body. Understand, the moment reflection looks back to the source, it realizes it was, it is, it will be forever Paramashiva. Sometimes the reflection feels it is being hurt by the waves in the swimming pool. The reflection need to realize nothing in the swimming pool, even if the swimming pool is dried, it cannot hurt you. It cannot hurt the reflection, because reflection is centered in the source, you only have two choice. Either you can enjoy you being a reflection, or you can go back to your source. Beautifully, Paramashiva explains to Devi, anything goes circular. Listen, anything goes circular, repetitive, is reflection of me, even when it believes it is suffering. It cannot suffer. It can only forget its existence. In the delusion, it can force itself and imagine itself as if it is suffering. When that reflection looks back at the source, it realizes it is Paramashiva. It can never suffer. Listen. Listen to this deeply. You in the parallel universe is Paramashiva, the great swan floating in the space. The reflection of that great swan on the swimming pool in this universe is your individual self. That swimming pool is your body. Anything which goes round, listen. Paramashiva explains so beautifully. I'll tell you in the modern language, whether it's an atom or known universes, everything goes round it is in circular motion in the space, in Chitagasha, conscious space. Anything, whether an atom or the known universe, everything is rotating in the circular motion. In the circular motion is called circular time. The time which circles, repeats itself. You can see in your body, your hunger repeats itself. Your number 1, number 2, number 3 repeats itself. Your sleep repeats itself. Your patterns repeat themselves. Your decision to smoke, your decision to drink, your decision to be addicted to something, everything is repetitive. Understand? Anything which repeats is in the circular time motion. It is within the field of Nirantaratva but not Nityatva. It is within the field of Nirantaratva but not Nityatva. If you know, anything which repeats does not hurt you, cannot hurt you. You are liberated from time. You are liberated from Kala. Among the 7 dimensions of the time, space before the past. Past. Past merging into the present. Present. Present evolving as future. Future. Future merging into the space beyond future. So totally in the seven, the space before the past and the space after the future is established in Nityatva, eternity. Past, present, see, listen. Past, past becoming present, present, present evolving as future, future. This five is Nirantaratva. In this Nirantaratva 5, only the present moment touches Nityatva. So, if you want to enter into Nityatva, voluntarily, if you want to break this Kala Chakra consciously, the door is open only in the present. The cumulative effect of all the practices you did and the initiations you received enters into the present. And makes you experience Nityatva. Listen. I wanted all of you to remember the cognitions I gave about Nityatva and Nirantaratva. Nityatva is 7, Nirantaratva is 5. Nityatva is all the 7 put together. Nirantaratva is this 5. In this 5, only in the present moment you touch eternity. Before the past, if you enter into that space, you can touch eternity. Through completion, completing with all your past, you can reach that. Sometimes it may take even few janmas to reach that. And through the future, you can reach the space beyond the future by constantly being Nirvikalpa Samadhi, burning all your desires and patterns which want to repeat itself. You can reach. Again, that also sometimes may take few janmas. But entering into that Nityatva can happen in the present moment just through initiation. I'll explain this eternal, the truth of eternity. Understand? Many of your patterns, sufferings, fears are impulsive, not existential based. If you decide to sit with you and relaxed way look at you and have a mature conversation with you, much of your fears have no place inside you. If you just want to throw tantrum, how can he do that? How can she do that? How can this person do that? How can that person do that? If you are interested in throwing tantrum, all the fears, greed, everything has a place in you. But this constant tantrum based reaction and action, the life you are going to manifest around you is going to be hell. Listen to that truth. See, the constant tantrum throwing, violent hatred, action, reaction, you are going to create hell around you. Nityatva. I can use and maybe I'll create a new word. Eternal, cosmic constant. It is actually one of the dimension of the universe. One of the fundamental quality you need to access the eternal dimension of you is having restful, matured conversation with you. What am I doing? Where am I going? I am going to be eternally alive. Am I planning and building my life for that? Or am I just agitated, tantrum throwing child, thinking that there is no tomorrow? When it comes, let me face. Understand, all suffering is nothing but having this attitude. When it comes, let me face, and when it comes, you will not be able to face. That is a suffering. Understand, this is too important statement I am making. All suffering in your life is because of that blind spot you have. When it comes, let me face, and when it actually comes, you won't be able to face. In the past, you have a full freedom to form opinion about your past, and you have full freedom to create the possibility of your future. This clarity you will get only if you decide to do tyaga. Listen. I am freed. I declare boldly, I am freed, liberated from sufferings once for all. Suffering related to past, suffering related to future, because I decided to do tyaga. Understand? You can always sacrifice the achievements, pleasantness, bliss, joy related to your past. You can always forget that you completed PhD. But you can never forget you got delayed for one of your examination because you spent time with your girlfriend, or you slept and you did not appear for that examination. That pain You will be carrying even now. Sacrificing the past related pains. Understanding even factually. Many of your pains are unjustified and incorrect. Understanding even factually your pains are not supported, justified by the reality, real happening is completion. I am repeating. Even factually, as per the real happening, what has happened, if you look what has happened from all dimensions, even your pains are not justified. Your pains are not really right. Even your pains do not have justification to exist in you. If you see the past happenings multidimensionally, is completion with the past. I tell you, how much ever you say, no, I know I have some pains which are absolutely justified. No. You may be Guni, you may be Kaikeyi, you may be Surpanaga, you may be Danganaka Duck, Danganaka Dick, I don't care. You are wrong.
Your past, the past becoming the present. I think this is like such a breakthrough revelation, understanding the Nityatva, Nirantaratva. Okay, let me start this with a question. Can I request every one of you to post what according to you is Nityatva, what according to you is Nirantaratva? Come on, can I request all the participants to post, please? Madonna, Karen Hadley. Karen is laughing. Okay, come on, every one of you post what is Nityatva, what is Nirantaratva. Virupaksha, since you told, the previous time we played this video, it was not complete, so we replayed it just to make sure that you also understand. Come on, all the participants, Ma Wei Huang, Ma Zijing Yao. Can I request every one of you to post?
Yes. Come on. Now please post the definition. What did you understand as Nityatva? What did you understand as Nirantaratva? I request all of you to post. Ma Orienta, I do see you sincerely sitting. Actually, I noticed quite a lot you're sitting in the sessions. Can I request you to also post? What did you understand? Ma Saroj Oblish, Wei Huang. See, there are some of you who sit very regularly and would really appreciate all of you posting. What did you understand?
And same way, and similarly, Prakash Rao Ayya, Aseem Ayya, Harshal Mahajan, Chellaya Parani Andi Ayya, Ashok Amin Ayya, Teike Zhang, Du Xing Zhu, Lincoln Souza, and Xingxiang Wang, Ma Sonal, Zhang Shu Cheng, Yang Zun, Xin Ming Weng. There are a lot of you. Can I request every one of you to please come on camera? Can I request all the participants to come on camera, please? See, today's is too important and want to make sure none of you are missing it out. It is very important because today's session directly is going to be working on your inner space, giving you a complete breakthrough. So please make sure that you're not missing out. I request everyone to be on camera. Come on, dear participants, Madhyana, Malilian Mustaf, Machitana Patel. Come on, every one of you post. What is Nityatva? What is Nirantaratva? Ma Sudha Dandapani, you're guessing based on the word Nityatva. What is Swamiji revealed in this session? Ma Johanna, Ma Mohini Lata. Ma Karin, come on, Ma Karin Silva. Ma Kala Hantrika, Ma Chetna. What did Swamiji reveal as Nityatva? What is Nityatva? What is Nirantaratva? Everyone is trying hard to guess, trying to see what is it, what is it. Okay. Nityatva, Swamiji beautifully reveals this concept of time. The first thing Swamiji reveals is anything that goes in circular motion cannot touch you, cannot affect you. Swamiji gave the example of the pond, the swan, and the reflection of that swan on the pond. And the supreme swan is Paramashiva. The reflection is us. The ripples in the pond cannot affect the reflection. The reflection is untouched by the ripples created in the pond. Am I right? The reflection is completely untouched. It has no impact of the ripples created in the pond. Now, the only thing that you need to do is understand that you are reflection. You're not part of the pond. All the ripples happening there is not going to affect you. This is the first thing. And then Swami revealed about 7 types, the layers or different categories of time. Listen very carefully. Nirantaratva is the ephemeral dimension. For example, the past entering into present entering into future. Now, beyond this, there was a space before the past, there's a space after the future. Now, the normal time that we all know, that we all talk about, that we all measure is past becoming present becoming future, and future. Now, this entire layers of time that we see is Nirantaratva. But beyond this, there's a space of time which exists as it is. That is Nityatva. This Nityatva exists beyond what we understand, beyond our understanding, beyond what we grasp, everything. Nityatva is the eternal component. It is the eternal aspect, the dimension which is eternal, beyond the peripheries of time, beyond the peripheries of anything that you are stuck with. For how many of you you're hearing this for the first time and you feel like, it's like, oh my God, it's going above the head. How many of you feel like that? Beautiful. See, please catch it. Please understand this truth. Everything that is going in a circular motion, in a loop, we are stuck. We cannot affect us. We are not stuck in that. Anything that goes in circular motion is only an illusion. That time which goes in circular motion is an illusion. It cannot affect you, the consciousness which is centered. How many of you are like, oh my God, is this? So many of you like, what? My Janet is saying me, my Sonia is saying me. Ardhanama, okay. You're saying you don't know how to spell. No problem. Okay. Now, I'm sure each of you have a lot of questions with this, right? How many of you would like, especially when Swamiji said anything that goes in circular motion is an illusion, for me it's a breakthrough revelation. And I have a good news for all of you here. Today, all of you can ask your questions directly to Swamiji, not just prayers and boons, any questions. We all learned about Nityatva, Nirantaratva, the circular dimension, time, how anything that goes in circular motion does not affect us. Actually, that if I get a chance, I would definitely ask Swamiji about that because it is such a breakthrough revelation. How can something that goes in circular motion and not something that is anything that goes in circular motion, Swamiji said, cannot affect us? It's a delusion. And because time goes in circular motion, it is a delusion. Wow. It was like, even now, I cannot completely grasp it. I feel like, when Swamiji reveals further, we all will have extraordinary breakthroughs with that. So today, any of you have any questions that you would like to ask, you can feel free and post it to Swamiji. During the darshan, you can post your questions directly to Swamiji and Swamiji himself will be answering them. Yes, that's right. You get to ask your questions to Swamiji. Mylina Mayer saying it's not that easy with the 7 and 5 points. Don't worry, Mylina Mayer. As you repeat it, as you start understanding it, you'll start grasping it. It's important that you understand the truth, not the words. Leave the words. Words are secondary. But it's important that you understand the truths. The 5 layers that is in front of us, and the 6 and 7. The whole 7, there's a, listen very carefully. There is a space before the past. There is past. Past entering into present. There is present. Present entering into future, and there is future, and there's a space after the future. Now, all of us interact with, know, understand about only till the periphery of future and past. Past becoming present, present becoming future, future. This is Nirantaratva. We are stuck in this rut. But beyond these 5 dimensions, there is a space before the past, there's a space after the future. Now, that entire loop is Nityatva. That is what all of us are going to be initiated into today. Swamiji is going to be liberating us from all this time loop that we are stuck in, and he is going to be raising us to that highest consciousness. Catching it clear? Anyone else having any questions? Okay, so this is Nityatva and Nirantaratva. Now, all the time loop that you get stuck in, every time you are stuck in a certain past pattern, certain present, any issue that you are stuck in, if you complete with this one cognition, if you understand this one truth, you will see a beautiful way the shift will happen in you. So Deepak Katharaya is asking, what is the reason for incompletions in our life? Can we remove the incompletions around us? That's a good question. See, please understand me. When you are constantly stuck in this loop, time loop, you will have incompletions because you're prone to incompletions. Am I right? You constantly perceive yourself only within the limitations of the past and the future. But there's a space beyond that which will give you complete access, which will make you realize that all this is just an illusion. But as long as we are just stuck in this rut, we are always struggling with this, and we always are just stuck in this loop. Today's initiation is a solution for you. Today's initiation, Swamiji is going to be working on liberating us from this time loop that we are stuck in. Just working on this will make us take a huge shift, a jump, and a breakthrough. So now, let us enter into understanding what Swamiji revealed just now. Understanding about this time loop and how you can experience that instant liberation from being stuck in this illusion called time. How can we experience instant liberation from being stuck in this constant time loop? That is what we are going to be seeing now. Okay, let's enter into a very quick exercise. I request all of you to please sit along. Please bring a paper and pen. Let's all enter into the process. See, amongst the 7 dimensions of the time, Swamiji told a very important truth, right? Swamiji said only the present has access to eternity. Only the present in that whole loop connects you to eternity. Everything else makes you get stuck in the loop. Among the 7 dimensions of time, only the present is established in Nityatva. The space before and the past, before the past and after the future also established in Nityatva. And by constantly being in Nirvikalpa Samadhi, you experience Nityatva. You experience that eternity. So, anything that is circular or repetitive is a reflection of Paramashivoham. Even when it believes it is suffering, it cannot suffer. It can only forget its existence in delusion. It can force or imagine itself as if it is suffering. Now, with this understanding, look at all the incompletions that you have and see where all you create this suffering. Where all do you constantly get stuck in this suffering? When you do that, when you cognize this, when you understand this one truth, you will start grasping, you will start understanding this most beautiful truth about life. You will stop getting stuck in the loop of time. Are all of you getting it? Catching it? I think this is like too much over the head concept. But understand, if you just grasp this one aspect, you will forever be liberated from all the illusions that keep circling and putting you again and again into that same suffering, that same rut. Hello. So now, all of us are going to be understanding one of the most important truths. We all understood about Nityatva and Nirantaratva. There is a space where these 7 dimensions exist. All the 7 dimensions of time exist. That space is Akasha, space dimension, where the time merges into space. Getting it? We're going to now be learning about this time-space continuum. What dimension is it where the time and the space exist together? So, I request every one of you, can every one of you take a few minutes and please post whatever understanding you have had so far about the Nityatva and the Nirantaratva dimensions. Come on, every one of you post so that you will understand the whole thing better. You'll be able to grasp the time-space continuum much more better. Take a few minutes. I request everyone to please post. Now, let us all understand this profound truth about the time-space continuum. It's a next level concept, so please enjoy.
Paramashiva's message directly from Kailasa. Listen. Time and space the continuum of time and space is due to a stuff connecting both. That stuff is called Maya Tattva in Vedic tradition. It is not there, but it is there. Because the time and space, both the dimensions, do not have a clear border, kind of a watertight compartment border. No. Understand this very intensely. For example, if time and space put together is 100 meter, consider an 100-meter clock as time and space. For some people, 60 meter is time, only 40 meter is space. For some people, only 30 meter is time, 70 meter is space. The time and space continuum and the way it exists as reality for you is not the way it exists as reality for others. That is why some people are so excited to wake up in the morning. Some people feel, oh God, I don't know why I need to open my eyes. Listen carefully. The outer world reality is perceived between certain frequencies. Like I gave the example, 20 hertz to 20,000 hertz sound only can be perceived by any normal human being. Below 20 hertz or above 20,000 hertz, you can't perceive it. You can't hear it. Just like the sound, below the 20 hertz, above the 20,000 hertz can't be heard by normal man, but it can be heard by extraordinary capability. Same way, this reality which all of us are commonly sharing with the word called world. This is also between certain frequency. For example, we will give the same like sound, 20 unit Maya to 20,000 unit Maya. It's only an example I am giving you. Between the 20 unit Maya, 20,000 unit Maya, the hertz for sound, Maya for the reality, I am using Maya word as a unit for reality. Between 20 unit Maya to 20,000 unit Maya, all of us common human beings can experience it as world, as reality. If it goes below 20 unit or above 20,000 unit, you start manifesting powers. Listen. If you unclutch intensely, it will go below 20 unit Maya. You become pure intense. If you go about 20,000 unit Maya, you become pure devotion, feeling connection. But in both you experience oneness. Suddhadvaita Sugabodham. One beautiful thing, this clarity, whether you unclutch and reach below 20 unit Maya or practice devotion, feel connected and reach above 20,000 unit Maya, you experience the same oneness. Sutta Advaita Sugabodham. If I initiate you into power manifestation, your whole body, mind starts getting grounded in that oneness space. Sutta Advaita Sugabodha. What you manifest is Shakti, not ordinary Siddhi. Listen. The higher dimensions, when they enter consciously into the lower dimensions, they manifest as powers. Unexpected positive turn of the events and the reality you experience. You can name it as miracle, you can name it as power, you can name it as a God's grace, you can use any name you want, but the greater science, the cosmic science is the higher dimensions entering into the lower dimensions. For example, length, breadth, depth, time, space. If the space dimension enters into time, time literally manifests everything space wants. If the time dimension enters into depth, depth manifests everything time wants. Understand? This length, breadth, depth, time, space, all these dimensions are independently intelligent, alive, able to make their own conclusions and respond within their frame and working zone. Please understand, the length dimension is responsible for your logic, rationality. The breadth dimension is responsible for your ability to feel the emotions, feeling connections. The depth dimension is responsible for you making cognitions, powerful cognitions about life beyond your logic and emotions. I am mapping the cosmic dimensions into your practice practical, every day-to-day experience. Listen. Length dimension is responsible for your logical, rational thinking. That does not mean the whole length dimension is limited to your logical, rational thinking. No. Anything which moves as per the logical, rational thinking you understand, all of that are bound by the same length dimension. For example, if you know this is the way water will flow, water moves from above to low. Water is also bound by the same length dimensions thinking. That is why your understanding about the water based on your length dimension thinking proves true forever. So, the cosmic length dimensions flow. When you understand the length dimension in you through logical, rational thinking, opens the life and its benefits of length dimension to you. A person who knows maths enjoys all the benefits mathematics brings to human life. A person who knows chemistry enjoys all the benefits the chemistry brings to human life. The person who knows biology enjoys all the benefits the biology brings to human life. Same way, if you know the length dimension and how many things in this world function based on length dimension, you will enjoy the benefits of all that knowledge in your life. Length dimension by itself is a power, independent intelligence. Same way, breadth dimension by itself is a power. Anyone who understands the breadth dimension will be an amazing lover. People will just love to hang around him. He will be an amazing, a powerful magnet, radiating love. Even if people who have difference of opinion with him for some reason or who are jealous, angry, who cherish enmity, even they can't deny they are pulled towards him. How he gravitates them. A person who understands depth dimension of the universe has access to everything which functions centered on any principle. Metallurgy, economy, politics, social science, everything which functions centered on some established principles, some deep cognitions. See, your doctor may prescribe drugs from different pharmaceutical companies. One doctor may give paracetamol from one company, another doctor may give the prescription from different pharmaceutical company, but the fundamental principle, cognitions, will be same for all the doctors who are pro-life, life positive, who are oriented, who are focused on treating the patients. Understand? I was studying why Americans trust Indian doctors. You should know, Indian doctors are the most successful doctors in US, not just in number, are making money, trusted by the patients, because fundamentally they don't compromise on the health of the patient. You can't buy an Indian doctor easily. I'm not saying the other culture doctors can be easily bought over. No, I'm not saying any of that. Don't make negative inference. I only wanted to say the statistics available, data available proves not only big pharmas are not able to buy Indian doctors to do unethical practices, the patients also have a high trust for Indian doctors when the patients have choices. Even if they have to travel long distance or take few more steps, they opt for Indian doctors if the Indian doctors are available. That was a surprise. I should say pleasant surprise. Because fundamentally, Hinduism pushes, builds the cognition life is sacred. Ahimsa paramo dharmaha. Make money within the framework of non-violence. Do not violate the fundamental principles of life. So understand, every dimension, when it enters into the lower level dimensions, it manifests intense power. Now, I want you to understand, time and space is independent intelligence and power. I'll give you simple understanding, very raw, crude, down to earth. Simplest understanding. You just try to internalize this one understanding. I'll help you to go through the whole initiation and make you manifest this power. I commit with you. Just understand this one. Time is as alive as your skin. If you believe, cognize, your skin is alive. If somebody massages your skin, you feel good. If somebody cuts it, you feel bad, pain. How much your skin is alive should say little more than, much more than that. Time is a alive skin of the cosmos. Listen, where your skin ends, the skin of the cosmos, which is called time, starts. Actually, your skin and the skin of the cosmos both always touch each other. You can't be away from cosmos. Understand this? Where your skin ends, exactly that is the spot time starts. Time is the skin of the cosmos. Time is the skin of the cosmos. How you have a nervous system which passes the thought currents inside you. Same way the cosmos has a nervous system which passes its decisions and thought currents, that is the space. Your skin is alive. Your nervous system keeps you living. The equivalent of your skin for the cosmos is time. Equivalent of your nervous system for the cosmos is space. The dimension of Chidabhasa of the universe, where the activism of Chit and absolute pure existential reality of Chit. Listen, the activism of Chit, we call it as Shakti. Its pure existence of Chit is called Paramapurusha. These two together, in its pure being space and intense doing space, both together, is the dimension of Chidabhasa. That space of Chidabhasa is the source of all these 5 dimensions of the universe: length, breadth, depth, time, space. Because modern day scientists are trying to use 2 different words, time and space, I am also using the same way, but in reality, time and space is a single sheet. One edge is called time, another edge is called space. There is no watertight compartment or clear fourth wall built between these two. As I said, for some people, that same 100-meter cloth, 70-meter will be time, 30 will be space. For some, the 30-meter will be time and 70-meter will be space. That the time, space, both are same sheet. Imagine. I can even use the word sheath. Avarana. Sheath. Sheath is also apt word. I tell you, tiredness starts your destruction. The idea of tiredness, when you start associating yourself with it and you feel you should be treated very cutely when you declare your tiredness, that is when the destruction starts in the life. Tiredness is your sickness. You need to be handled ferociously when you try to declare tiredness. If not, it will become depression. Tiredness plus cute teddy bear cuddly feeling with tiredness is depression. When you are tired, don't try to hug the teddy bear, cuddle teddy bear. Don't expect people to treat you with a cuddly teddy bear behavior. When people treat you cutely like teddy bear, when you are tired, be very clear. You are going to be destroyed in depression, and those people who are treating you cutely are responsible for your depression. When you declare your tiredness, you need Kala Bhairava to deal you, ferociously wake you up. Boredom leads to suicidal, tiredness leads to depression. I tell you, if you are feeling tired, just take a cup of coffee, do some yoga, learn to jog, maintain your body and break your tiredness. Tiredness evolves as chronic fatigue and depression in your system. Tiredness evolves as chronic fatigue and depression in your system. That is why I insist on everyday yoga. Everyday yoga is the best way. Intense yoga. If you are going for work, at least 1 hour yoga. If you are not going for work, you are working from home, 2-hour yoga. To keep yourself alive. Don't try to conquer laziness for your whole life. Conquer laziness for now. Today you will not be lazy, that's all. Don't try to tell yourself, I will never be lazy ever. No, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Today I will not be lazy. That's it. Make sankalpas only to the time space available to you immediately. For almost all human beings, the immediate time space available for you is only next few days. Because by the time your space becomes different, you fall into deep sleep, tiredness, boredom, and when you come back, you are not the same person. Hey, don't try to act as the same person when you come out of your sleep. Immediately what is available to you. Make sankalpa for that. I'll give you few techniques and understandings about this time-space continuum. See, the time-space continuum word, only I am trying to explain by using the original Sanskrit word Chidabhasa. The Chidabhasa only I am trying to translate with the English word time-space continuum. Some of the understandings related to time-space continuum and techniques I will reveal. Understanding is simple conscious will persistence, conscious decision. Decide, today I will not be tired. That's all. If you decide, I will not be tired forever, immediately one part of your mind, you have inside you, your automated artificial intelligence version of your wife sitting. Hey, Lucy, how many times you told the same thing? You did the same sankalpa. You tried, and how bitterly, utterly, stupidly you failed. Keep quiet, say. Declare supremacy over the time space available to you. That is what I call Satya Sankalpa. Your whole life is not actually known to you or available to you as you falsely imagine. Listen, if you are in certain space, mood is the fragrance of the space. If you are in love, you will have the friendly mood. If you are in peace, you will have bliss mood. Moods are the fragrance, flavor of space. Your ability to retain your space is only the time available to you as your life. For example, if I can retain my peaceful, joyful space and radiate the mood of ecstasy, bliss, for next 2 days, then only the 2 days is the time I have as my life. So, I can only plan for the next 2 days, only that will be successful and strengthening my confidence about me. And after 2 days, then plan for the next 2 days. That is the way you consciously start building you. Your Chidabhasa, source space of consciousness. The time-space continuum gets built consciously only with space-based sankalpas. Second, this may look too simple, but when you start practicing, you will understand how powerfully this technique works for you to be stable. Understand? The most beautiful emotion which can bring stability in your life is love. Morning when you wake up the Atma Linga which you are wearing. Mahadeva, please wake up. Morning when you take bath, Swamiji, please take bath. Pour few drop water on that linga. Always wear it. That is the best way. Pour water on your body and pour water on the linga. Swamiji, please take bath. When you eat, whatever you eat, Swamiji, please eat. When you brush, you don't need a separate brush. Nothing is wrong. I am telling you, I am your guru. To whoever I gave the Atmalinga, maybe you don't need to put the same brush on the Atmalinga, but take little Hariteki powder and put it on. Swamiji, please brush the teeth. Mahadeva, please brush the teeth. Too simple. And when you are falling asleep, tell him, Mahadeva, please sleep. Love manifests that Chidabhasa, time-space continuum in you, sweetly and beautifully. You have a special feast, celebration, anything. Mahadeva, please eat. Show to him and then eat. Start this. It is too simple. Time-space continuum. That Chidabhasa will explode in such high energy. When you spray perfume for you, just put little on him. Mahadeva, very good perfume. I got it yesterday. Lipstick, just put little, nothing wrong. Whatever I am enjoying, I have to give. This is what my gurus taught me. And I have enough Shastra Pramanas to prove what I am saying is right. Whatever you enjoy, offer it to him and enjoy. If you are lying on your couch, tell him, Mahadeva, just lie down. Rest, enjoy this sea beach. I tell you, he is neither outside you nor beyond your reach. He is the source of you. When you generate a love, sweet relationship, that makes your time-space continuum huge. Huge. Even if you don't feel like wearing your Atmalinga, even the Rudraksha is actually Rudraksha Linga. Many times, the Shastras allow, you can keep Rudraksha as the Rudraksha Linga and do Shiva Puja to that Rudraksha Linga itself. Agamas allow it. So you can keep your the Rudraksha, Kantamala itself as Atmalinga. If you don't have Atmalinga or don't want to wear the Atmalinga, you can treat Kantamala itself as Atmalinga and tell, hey, Mahadeva, please eat. Mahadeva, please take bath. Mahadeva, have shampoo. Mahadeva, have perfume. Understand this continuous love continuum will make your Chidabhasa powerful. Your Chidakasha will become strong, and the time-space continuum will expand. I tell you, this attitude, this will start building everything. People who lived around me can remember very clearly, even if some book is printed, invitation printed in our Kailasa, in our Sangha, and first copy is brought to me, first I'll take it and put it on Atmalinga. I always have Atmalinga on my body. Whenever, if I am not wearing it, it is there in the Ananda Gandha. I'll put it on Atmalinga and say, Paramashiva, please have it. I tell you, that will bring such extreme sweet relationship. And you just see, even if you start understanding He is watching over, He is continuously seeing you, that is enough to make you fall in love and explode in love. I have seen people, the moment they know I am seeing them, they just go crazy with love. The moment you start understanding Mahadeva is watching you, you just explode in love. The Chidabhasa explodes. Vyutpatti of the word Chidabhasa means the explanation of the word Chidabhasa, Chita Abhasaha Pradivimbaha, reflection, and the source of Chit, consciousness. Buddhavatma Pradivimbe Jivaha Jive. The source and reflection of consciousness, Chit, in the Buddhi, in your being, self. Buddhi vritti chidabhasau idi vedanta karika. This word chidabhasa is used in Vedanta Karika as buddhi vritti chidabhasau. Listen. The source where the being of Chit and doing of consciousness is felt, manifests, Chidabhasa. First few days only it will be like a monologue. You are talking to Paramashiva. Just after a few days you will see that he is responding in your inner space. You just know he accepted your food. You just know he is happy with the cold shower you gave. You just know he is happy with the perfume you gave. The love starts becoming complete circle. You give, he showers. You give, he showers. That whole ecstasy starts. I tell you. He always showers. He always showers. He always showers. See, ability to inspire yourself without the external inspiration means you found the source of your love inside, internally. Chidabhasa of you has opened up. The Chidabhasa in you is Paramashiva.
How many of you understood the time-space continuum in the most unique aspect? For how many of you this time-space continuum was a very, very, very beautiful thing? What did you understand as time-space continuum? Let's start with that. I think this is one of the most important and most unique revelations from Swamiji, to be able to understand the time-space continuum, how this whole thing functions and how we experience it.
See, first step for this, I request all of you to post what all have you understood so far. Meaning you're learning about something like very, very, very powerful, right? So just take a few minutes and I request all of you type and post what did you understand. Ma Sherry Gao, Karen Hadley, Ma Sonia Rao, and Ma Margarita, Madonna, Fei Yu Wong. I request all of you take a minute and post what you have understood. Masudha Dandapani is posted. When we generate, okay, then this is the last session. Can I request all of you to post it now? What did you understand? Take a few minutes and post what all you have understood. We generate love that makes our time-space continuum huge, right? Nitya Vedanta Shakti. Wow, such a beautiful name. Ma, what did you understand? Diana's pillow was posted. Love is a source that needs to open up inside of us. All right. Is it something that needs to open up inside of us? Or is it our own dimension that exists that you just need to express more? Love is something that love is our very way of life. That energy is continuously existing. And you don't need to open up that love because that energy is there. You just need to channel it a little more. You exist, every breath of yours is infused with that love. Whether it's a calculated love, selfish love, or a selfless love, it is existing in some form or another. Even if it's the most selfish love, it is still that love energy that's existing in this. All right, I request all of you to post. What else did you understand? Come on, all the male participants. Come on, everyone. Okay. Deepak Katharaya has posted a question. I think you posted it a little while ago. Previous session. Deepakaya, can I please request you to also come on camera? I don't know see you on camera. Actually,
A lot of you are not on camera. Can I please request every one of you to please come on camera? Come on. Bhupendra Goderavaya, Nithyanandam, Taike Zhang, who's saying, I understand for many of you it's late in the night, and for each of you, you're all in different time zones, obviously. And it's wonderful to see you all sincerely sit even through your night and day to receive the initiations. So that's wonderful. But let's make sure for you to receive. You are taking so much time out there to be here, right? Let us make sure that you are here ready to receive the initiation and to have the best experience. Come on. Can I request every one of you to come in the camera? Very, very soon we'll all be entering into darshan and we'll be entering into the preparation for the darshan. So it is very important that we understand these truths. We apply these truths. We understand the sciences and we are preparing for the darshan. So can I request everyone to please come on the camera, settle down. All right. So now Swamiji revealed one of the most important truths to all of us through this. See, many times we all get stuck into a certain illusion. We all get stuck into a certain delusion. Breaking free from those delusions, understanding those incompletions, delusions sitting inside of us, breaking free from all of them. And the time-space continuum, the place where all the dimensions merges together and exist. It is very important that we grasp these truths that Swamiji has revealed. If any of you have any questions, you would like to understand something more, please make sure that you are having these questions during the darshan. You all can post it directly to Swamiji and receive the answers.
You all can post on various different social media platforms. And you all would have heard Swamiji actually calling out from different platforms like Instagram, Twitter. We have today's Paramashivoham post that is posted on these platforms. You can go and post a reply to it and ask your questions to Swamiji. And Swamiji will be blessed ones are definitely going to be receiving the answers directly from Swamiji, where Swamiji reads out your question and gives you an answer. Okay, Tirupaya has posted time space continuum exists for everyone, but it's experienced differently by all. For example, when you wake up in the morning, some are refreshed and others are tired. You can shift your time space continuum by living an Atmalinga centric life. Within a few days of practicing Atmalinga centric life, we will start to experience Mahadeva respond with love. So beautiful. How many of you actually started? You know, some of us carried Atmalinga continuously with us. Who all have already started living with your Atmalinga? This is one of my favorite from, especially when last season Swamiji had blessed us in the last day. And I literally saw him so many times, even like when a simple thing like weather or something we wanted to happen, just continuously talking to Swamiji through the Atmalinga has been miraculous. How many of you have been experiencing this? All have started this lifestyle. Living with your Atmalinga. All have started. Come on. Anybody side? No one? I don't see any. I have started. Okay. Punitha Naya's waving his hand and he's showing his Atmalinga. Okay. Who else? In a very, very powerful way, actually, Swamiji will be responding to you through your Atmalinga. It's just so powerful. Actually,
He
Swamiji
also revealed one of the most important truth. The skin of the cosmos is time. Like how you have the skin in our body and we feel it, right? When you touch your skin, you feel it. When someone touches your skin, you feel it. The skin of the cosmos is time. Every time you are stuck in a certain incompletion, understand you keep rubbing in that time with friction.
Actually, sorry, Mom. Eva Satya has asked this question saying, Mom, my Atmalinga is chipped off and it's not healing itself. I have started to live with my wonderful, but don't worry. Just tell your Atmalinga to heal. It's like a superpower. Once in 2015, I'll always keep my Atmalinga, like if I want healing or anything, I'll just put on, like that time I had like lots of throat infection, something I had. So I put my Atmalinga on my throat and I had slept on. Next morning when I woke up,
I didn't realize that I had kept the Atmalinga, and it just fell from like the height, and it just uh, fell on the ground and hard surface. And it got a crack inside, and it had shipped off outside. And I just started putting chandan to it, like, and just started. I requested Swamiji, you should only heal yourself like that. I just started praying to Swamiji to heal the Atmalinga. And in for 1 week or so, I did not remove that chandan. After a week, it was completely gone. Now you will not even find a trace of that. Like you won't find a chip or a scratch, nothing. It is actually so powerful. Try and see. Just talk to your Atmalinga. Come on. Your Atmalinga is able to heal anyone of anything, cause so many miracles to you. Do you think it cannot heal itself? It is Swamiji's own power. He's just there with you in your pocket. So just talk to your Atmalinga more, and definitely you'll see your Atmalinga will heal itself. Consciousness, the skin of the cosmos, time is constantly rejuvenating itself. This rejuvenating skin, time penetrates our skin and constantly rejuvenates us. Yes, beautiful.
That's a very beautiful understanding and a very important one as well. Like Swamiji revealed, the equivalent of our skin for the cosmos is time, and the equivalent of our nervous system for the cosmos is space. The time and space continuum and the way it exists as reality for us, it is not the way it exists as reality for others. The way I experience time space continuum, the way she experiences time space continuum, the way you experience time space continuum, it is different. It is not the same for all of us. Ability to inspire yourself without the external inspiration means you found the source of your love inside internally, the Chidabhasa. Chid Abhasa. Chid Abhasa is experiencing your consciousness, the love. That is time space continuum. These are the three most important truths Swamiji revealed. First is about the skin and nervous system of the cosmos, which is time and space. Second is about how the time space continuum is a reality, different reality for each of us. And the third is how your ability to inspire yourself without external inspiration means you found the source of your love inside. That is your Chidabhasa. Actually, in Gurukul, right, it's a very beautiful thing that Swamiji brings us all up with. In Gurukul, we never are entertained to have anything exciting us, anything that we like, depend on externally. We're always taught to have the source of inspiration as internal. How we drive ourselves as something internal, the eternal component. As long as it's outside, it's ephemeral, it's not eternal. The moment it is from inside you, it is inexhaustible because the resource is inside of you.
For example, many of you, after you finish your morning puja and you're just freshly starting your day, you feel like there's so much of space in you. What does space mean? Like, for example, you start planning, this is how you want to get your day done. Just so you want to do this is A, B, C, and this is part of your to-do list for today. And you're going to achieve these goals for today. And you start with a fresh morning, right? These are some days. And there are some other days where you feel like, okay, you know what? I don't really feel like doing it. I don't really think I could get things done. And I feel really down. And you feel it would be like, let's say you wake up at the same time. 6 a.m. you woke up yesterday, you were all joyful, you're blissful. You felt like there is so much of time that's available for you. You're able to plan, you're able to get things done. The very next day, you also feel like you're again waking up in the same time, but you're dull, sometimes depressed, bored, and you don't know, you don't feel like you can get anything done. How many of you have experienced these two types of you, like these two dimensions of you? Who all have experienced this?
who all has seen like this, these two kinds of things. Once you feel like, yes, I have so much of space, I can get these things done. And one more side, you feel like, not really, not today, maybe later. Or I just don't feel like I can do anything to. See, same time and space, look at how it's occurring for you inside, how you're able to experience life. It is not the actual available time or not. It is you, how you relate at that time and that space. Just take an example, Swamiji. How, if you actually look at the way Swamiji's life is, what all amazing things Swamiji has done for humanity. And actual life, the number of years Swamiji has lived on this planet Earth so far. You will feel like, God, how can one person do so much? Do you know Swamiji has the world record of being the the single author who has written the
Largest number of
number of
books.
books. Single author who has written largest number of books, 1,200 plus books. Sorry, 1,300 plus books. Swamiji himself has written.
And also, it's not just this one. Along with this, Swamiji also has the Asia Book of Records for the largest number of festivals celebrated in a year, and for the longest, like the largest number of asanas done in a single hour.
And Swamiji also has been continuously sitting and conducting programs, curating the content for people, ensuring that people are experiencing the superconscious breakthrough, are able to manifest powers. And Swamiji is the world's largest collector of Rudrakshas. Swamiji is the world's largest collector of the palm leaf scriptures. And he has made all of these available to us. Like just anyone, even if they achieve even one of these dimensions, they cannot do it in Swamiji's scale. Anyone, if they have written these many number of books by now, they would be, I don't know, maybe 80, 90 years old. Swamiji is just 46. How can one person do so much and yet continue being like doing again and again, more and more and more? How? That shows Chidabhasa, where how the space expands for Swamiji in one at the same time, doing multiple things, running multiple projects. And sitting, and Swamiji will not, like how Swamiji says, right? You're not a number for me, you're a being for me. He will attend to each one of us one by one. How many of you feel like, I feel like Swamiji is there exclusively with me? How many of you feel that? Like he attends to you, you know that Swamiji is there with you. Look, so many of you raising your hands. Yes, understand that itself you can see. He does all of these and continues to be with each one of us. And on top of everything, Swamiji will say, I'm not doing anything. Paramashivoham is doing everything. God, that is the way when you have the Chidabhasa, where you have the awakening of that consciousness in you. You have access to your whole space. You can just rock the world the way how Swamiji is doing. He's just there with us, continuously being with us. How many times you have felt like Swamiji just knows what you're thinking, and he'll just exactly attend to you. It might be through a blessing, it might be through a darshan, it might be through a satsang. It'll be like every satsang, so many times in satsangs, I'll feel like, yes, Swamiji is just talking to me. This is just for me, Swamiji is talking. And I'll see even so many more people feel the exact same thing. How attending to each one of us
and doing so much. And making on top of everything, he makes this whole thing available completely for free to people. Whether it's books, whether it's the education, whether it is food, whether it is the health techniques, everything, yoga sessions. How? This is what will happen to you when your Chidabhasa, that awakening happens. What Diana's pillow is saying, it's unreal, but we are seeing it in reality. That's actually just to, even if you start meditating, start even cherishing how Swamiji lives.
Even if you just entertain that cognition in you, just entertain that cognition in you, your inner space will start cognizing that. From young age, what do we entertain? We entertain struggles. We entertain, oh God, time is not enough. We can't do this. We can't do that. One thing at a time. All of these. And there's always, what do you hear about? You hear about stress, you hear about struggles, you hear about this and that to achieve success. So by default, your understanding becomes that to achieve success, I need to go through all of these.
Bhupendra Goderava is asking, what Swamiji has written 1,300 books? Yes. Swamiji has written more than 1,300 books. All these books are available completely for free, and and you can access these in nithyanandapedia.org. It's completely for free. 1,300 books Swamiji has written. And this is like addressing all aspects of your life. You literally, any problem you have, just go pick up a book of Swamiji, it'll already have a solution for you. And whether it's books on astrology or Upanishads, various scriptures of Hinduism, all the major scriptures, Swamiji has already spoken about it and written about it. And on top of that, like research Swamiji does. Like, for example, you all would have noticed, right? Like songs that we have during the darshan. Many of those would be like specific mantras. That mantras would be for that particular deity, and it'll be, you will not get it that easily. It's not something that's, it's just available on YouTube. No, there's Swamiji will identify which Siddhar actually wrote that mantra and who was the Siddhar for that particular Siddhas, the ancient scientists who specialize in alchemy, the spiritual alchemy. And they have certain techniques, like just through sound and vibration. They'll help you awaken your Kundalini, do the spiritual processes in you. So Swamiji will identify whatever initiations, like every day Swamiji gives us so many amazing initiations, right? Each of these initiations, Swamiji will go, refer back to the scriptures, pull out the exact reference for that process, and he will test it on himself, and he'll find out which Siddhar had given that particular process, and he'll go and pull up the exact song or the mantra that is from that Siddhar, and that is what is played during the darshan. Or take the jewels. How many of you notice, like based on the initiation, Swamiji wears some specific jewels. Like whenever it's Nataraja, you'll always see that Nataraja deity on Swamiji's this heart chakra. You'll actually see specific jewels like that. Same with the ayudams, like whatever, like if Dakshinamurti is coming and sitting, you'll actually see whether the jata style, or the detailing. All this Swamiji only micromanages and does. And at the same time, Swamiji will be micromanaging, like he will know exactly how many plates are there in Tiruvannamalai for the Annadam. And what
Tell that, because if you just notice how in each, see, typically if we are focused on one thing, let's say we are working in one project, what do our logic of functioning will be? We'll be like, oh, I have to focus on this, I have to attend all the details in this, so I can't do other things. But for Swamiji, it's completely the opposite. Swamiji works by the principle, if you have to do one thing properly, that means you have to do everything properly. Only if you do everything properly, you can do one thing properly. So you will see everything that Swamiji involves into, it will be like Swamiji will know the details so precisely. Swamiji will tell exactly how many doors are there in which Adinam. Swamiji will know the count by heart, meaning he will not even need anyone else to give him the count. And at the same time, he'll remember how many of our names Swamiji will remember. And Swamiji will remember the last Guruvak that Swamiji gave us. That experience, that space, literally like being as Swamiji, the way Swamiji exists, the way Swamiji lives, that Chidabhasa, because Swamiji's consciousness is immensely light, like just beautiful, and it is like a child. And at the same time, Swamiji is completely having all the knowledge, everything into him. And that's why we can see even every aspect, Swamiji is so involved as a person, as a human being. Swamiji is so hardworking. And as an avatar, Swamiji gives enlightenment, ultimate fulfillments and boons. Everything Swamiji does without compromising one for another. Now, let us all take a few minutes. I request every one of you to write this down. Please take a few minutes to type this and post it. These are the 5 cognitions for you to understand the time-space continuum. So please take a few minutes and you all can type it down. Now, in the same space, let us all enter into the power manifestation. See, all of us have now understood about the time-space continuum. We also typed out, internalized this. Now, can I request every one of you to please sit straight? Can I request all the participants to come on camera and please sit straight? Come on. Can I request everyone to please come on camera? Ma Janel Silal, Ma Mingto Singh. We're all going to be entering into the preparatory sessions for the darshan, and all of these processes are very important. Can I request everyone to sit straight? Okay. Please listen carefully. You are going to be now experiencing the Chidabhasa. Means there's a part of you inside you which is eternally in that love, in that bliss, experiencing that consciousness. Now, you just need to tune yourself into that space and you need to manifest that experience. Understand today's power, you know why we are manifesting this power? When you transcend the parameters of time and space, you fall in tune with the rhythmic continuum of the cosmos. This power of materialization, I'll just show you all one picture. Here, this conch was actually teleported to Swamiji by Yogiraj Yogananda Puri, Swamiji's own guru, yoga guru. And in front of Swamiji's own eyes, when Swamiji was very young, Swamiji's guru was training Swamiji, and immediately what happened was one day that Raghupati Yogi's son was there, and he asked, Father, the conch that was kept from the puja items is missing. And Raghupati Yogi just gave a mystical smile and he replied, I told you, it has reached where it needs to reach. And at that exact time, Swamiji materialized, means Swamiji received a conch that had Raghupati Yogi etched on it, which is basically Raghupati Yogi's conch. See, this power of when you are sitting in the presence of Guru, he makes his experience, Atma Pramana, as your experience, Sakshi Pramana. You don't need to be convinced, you don't need to understand, you don't need to know why, how, what, when, where. It's okay. Just sit in that space, relax yourself into that space, consciousness, and manifest. Shall we all get started? See, don't wait for your understanding. Don't wait for you to experience. Don't wait for you to have that shift, breakthrough. Relax into it. It's okay. Let Swamiji flow through you. Can I request every one of you to sit straight? Can all of you please clasp your hands like this? You're going to be keeping your hands like this completely. And you can rest it on your lap. You're going to be basically materializing. See, the science of materialization is very simple. There's an object. Let's say you have a powder, bhasma. Now, the teleportation science is the solid matter that you have. You're going to be disintegrating it into energy, transferring that energy, reconverting that energy back into matter. Now, let's say I have this ring. Okay. So let's say I want to send this ring from my place to one of your place. The science behind teleportation is very simple. I am going to disintegrate this energy. See, sorry, basically this is matter, right? What is matter? The particles are so tightly packed. It's so together. And that's what forms a matter. Am I right? Now, the science is very simple. I'm going to be disintegrating this matter to energy. I'm just going to be making it back into particles. So let's say that matter now becomes energy. And then I send that energy to whichever desired place and I reassemble that energy back into matter. You just need to know the science. Don't worry about the results. Know the science, understand how it works. Now, keep a plate of any powder on one. Keep empty plate right in front of you. Just look intensely through the third eye. Observe the matter into energy. Visualize like a golden light and send that energy back into matter in the other plate. Just play with this power, okay? Shall we all start? Don't try to focus, concentrate, just play with it. Shanta Mahavakya. Let us all please start.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Now, in the same space, let us all enter into one of the most important sessions of our day today, conquering time. This is a very important session. I request all of you to provide your complete listening and let us listen to the session Revelations on Conquering.
I welcome all of you with my love and respects. Conquering time. First, few basic understandings, few basic truths. Please understand, every sacred secret, every sacred truth I am uttering, every word need to be internalized and internalized. Do not sit with the intellectual tiredness. Usually people have this pattern. Tell us finally what we should do. No, things don't work like that. Please understand. Every word I am uttering matters. I'll give you a small example from my own life. One of my guru, Annamalai Swamigal, in course of conversation he told me that we are not the body, we are beyond pain and suffering. When I was sitting alone and contemplating about it, we are not the body, we are beyond pain and suffering. What does he mean by it? I actually experimented. I took a knife and cut my thigh to see whether we have pain or not. Of course, I had pain and I was taken to hospital and stitches were done and all that has happened. But I could not think what my guru uttered is lie. I was continuously contemplating. I had a yoga guru. He was also a Paramahamsa. One day he explained, he usually comes to the house where I was born and brought up. He will come home early morning, 4 o'clock, and drag me out of the bed and take me to the temple and teach yoga. I was a kid. Sometimes the moment I am out of bed, he will make me drink coffee so that I will not go back to bed. One day he was telling, see, before coffee, how you feel that you want to lie down and nothing other than sleep matters. Just a cup of coffee, you are ready to listen to me, and suddenly I became more important. Yoga becomes more important. All the ideas that you should do yoga makes more sense. Without a cup of coffee, all the ideas you should sleep makes more sense. Just with a cup of coffee, all the ideas you should do yoga and take care of your health, build your body so you can get enlightened. All these ideas make sense. He made a very important statement which I want to translate in English for all of you. He said, the physiological, psychological, neurological effect on you is not you. Please understand. One guru made a statement, you are not the body. The other guru made a statement, the physiological, psychological, neurological effects happening on you is not you. How many of you click with that second statement? Actually, both statements finally mean the same, but the second statement suddenly made so much sense to me. Yes. Please understand. Because I could see my seeking is not just equivalent to a cup of coffee, but a cup of coffee can make such big impact. It can just drive away the sleep, make the whole yoga happen in me with enthusiasm, excitement. So when I was analyzing, cup of coffee cannot be equivalent to my seeking. The first statement I am making, please listen. The first statement I am making, time is a matter. Second statement, it is not absolute as you think. Please understand. Now I will make these statements into your experience. These two are the Mahavagyas now. When you perceive this world through this body, you can never doubt the authenticity of this body or the authority of this body. But when you are perceiving the dream world through the dream body, this body does not have authority over you. The first truth. Time is a matter. And it does not matter. Time is a matter and it does not matter. you can manipulate it as you can manipulate your body. Understand? You can make your body big or small with certain practices, diet control. You can manipulate it. You can play with it. Same way, you can play with time. You can play with time. I have seen in my own life. Morning 5 o'clock, early morning 5 o'clock to night 11 o'clock, I'll be sitting with Ardhanareeshwara. I don't know how the sun rises and sun sets, but at night, few hours when I need to be in the house, away from him, I'll move the clock 10 times, thinking that it is not moving, it has stopped. I'll feel why the nights are so long. Time is slow when you wait. Time is fast when you are late. Time is deadly when you are sad. Time is short when you are happy. Time is endless when you are in pain. Time is long when you feel bored. Every time is determined by your feelings and psychological conditions, not by clocks. So learn to have nice time always. Whatever now I am sharing, most of you may know that ideas, nothing new. But I am trying to set the context so that I can lead you into the deeper understanding, especially the experience to make these understandings permanent. Time is a matter it does not matter. It can be manipulated as you want. You can play with it as you want. One more understanding I received from Ardhanareshwara about time. Listen carefully. The whole life is just a vast canvas. Space is the canvas. Imagine 200-mile length canvas on which lot of paintings are there. The paintings which you already perceived is called past. The painting you are perceiving is present. The painting you are going to perceive is future. But the truth is all three exist. All three exist. Next statement I am making. Please listen. First statement I am making. Past, present, future, all three exist. And the next statement I am making, you can alter all the three. We always think, if all three already exist, how can I alter my future? If it is already existing, how can I alter? Understand? The painting exists does not mean you can't add something to it. Your powerlessness, I can't add something to it, only makes you stop adding. And very important statement I am making now. Not only you can alter the future, you can alter your past. How? We will make. You can alter your past. One, time is a matter, it does not matter. Second, your psychological ups and downs, physiological ups and downs are not you. Next, your past, present, future exists now. Next, it exists now does not mean you are bound by it. You can alter not only your future, even your past. Listen carefully so you can understand. Few minutes, your experiences with time as perception. Listen, I'll repeat. When you are restless, how time doesn't move. When you are sad, time is long. I gave various definitions of time. When you are happy, time flies. Your experience about this truth I have given many definitions about time. Time is slow when you wait. Time is fast when you are late. Time is deadly when you are sad. Time is short when you are happy. Time is endless when you are in pain. Time is long when you feel bored. About these perceptions, I don't want to give the title experience for this. Please understand. Only when you experience the reality that is called experience. Everything else is only perception. All the people who are in delusion, if they agree something common, that is called fact. One person who is waking up from the delusion, see something little higher than the common understandings among the deluded people. He sees truth. When he is fully out and experiences the existence, that is reality. Only for reality I want to use the word experience. You can't use the word experience for anything else. So your perception about time, at least 2-3 incidents when you felt time is too long. 2-3 incident when you felt time is too short. 2-3 incident when you felt time literally flies. 2-3 incident when you felt, is the clock, something is wrong with the clock? Is it repaired? Why it is not moving? Why it is not changing? Just 2-3 in your life. Try to recollect and pen down. Few minutes. So when I am explaining the next truths, you will easily be able to relate with it. That is why. See, whatever I am explaining, if you do not internalize, understand I am using the word internalize. Analyzing for the sake of internalizing is internalizing. Analyzing for the sake of discarding is atheism. Atheists analyze everything only to discard. Take few minutes, recollect, write elaborately. Don't take like notes, college notes. No. Recollect at least 2-3 incidents for each of this concept. When time was too long, or when time was too short, when time was not just moving. Once I remember, I spoke continuously for 14 hours without moving from the seat. One session, introduction.
Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Nivedayami.
The next offering is the offering of Gandha, the sandalwood paste. Now, please take some sandalwood paste in your hands and smear it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Gandha Om Shariram Tena Janami Chestam Naiva Cha Maya Nivedikan Gandhan Pranigrihya Vilipyatam Om Hrim Esha Gandha Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Namaha. The next offering is the offering of Pushpam, the fragrant flowers. Now, please take a few flowers smeared with sandalwood paste in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra.
Pushpam Om Turiyavana Sampannam Nanar Gunamanoharam Ananda Saurabham Pushpam Grihyatam Idamuttamam Om Hrim Edani Sajandana Pushpani Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Paushake.
The next offering is the offering of Bilva Patram, the Bilva leaves. Now, please take a few Bilva leaves in your hands smeared with sandalwood paste and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra.
Bilvapatram Om Amritodbhavam Shri Vriksham Shankarasya Savapriyam Bilvapatram Prayachami Pavitram Te Sureshwara Om Hrim Etani Sajandana Bilvapatrani सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवाय औषधे
The next offering is the offering of Tulasi Patram. Now please take a few Tulasi leaves in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra.
तुलसी पत्रम ओम नमस्ते बहुरूपाय वरदमूर्तये परमात्मने स्वाहा ओम ह्रीं इदं सचन्दन तुलसी पत्रं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवाय Namaha.
The next offering is the offering of Dhupa, the lit incense sticks. Now, please take the lit Dhupa in your hands and slowly wave it towards Swamiji's form, along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so.
Dhupaham Om वनस्पतिरथोरिभ्यो गन्धाद्यस्तु मनोहरः आम्रेय सर्वदेवानां धूपोऽयं प्रतिगृह्यताम् ॐ ह्रीं एष धूपः सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्द परमशिवाय नमः.
The next offering is the offering of Deepa, the offering of the lit lamp. Now please take the Deepa in your hands and slowly wave it towards Swamiji's form, along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so.
Deepaha Om Suprabhasho Mahadipah Sarvadasthiriyapah Savajabhyantarajyotirdeepoyam pratishyataam Om Hrim Esha Deepaha Sarvadevadevi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Namaha.
The next offering is the offering of Naivedyam, the offering of food. Now, please take an udani of water in your right hand, hover it clockwise thrice over the Naivedyam, and offer it at Swamiji's feet, along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so.
Naivedyam Om Naivedyam Vidhaseva Sarkaradivirmitam Maya Niveditam Dakshyadhana Parameshwara Om Hrim Idam Somagarna Naivedyam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Nivedayami.
The next offering is the offering of Paniyam, the offering of water for drinking. Now please take a cup of water in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet, along with the mantra.
Paniyam Om Samastadeva Devesha Sarvadriptikaram Param Akhandananda Sampurnam Grahana Jalamuttamam Om Hrim Idam Panarthorakam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Namaha.
The next offering is the offering of Punarachamaniyam, the offering of water for washing the mouth. Now, please take a cup of water in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet, along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so.
Punarachamaniyam Om Uchishtamapyasuchirvayasya smaranamatrataha Shuddhivapnoti tasmai punarachamaniyakam Om Hrim Idam Punarachamaniyodakam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Swaha.
The next offering is the offering of the Ardhanarishwara. Now please take the lit lamp in your hands and slowly wave it towards Swamiji's form along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so.
Aratrikam Om Hrim Esha Deepamala Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Namaha. Om Rajadirajaya Prasakya Sahiye Namo Vayam Vaishravanaya Gurmahe Kame Kaman Kama Kamaya Mahyam Kameshwaro Vaishravano Dadatu Kuberaya Vaishravanaya Maharajaya Namaha. Karpura Gauram Karunavataram Samsarataram Bhujagendraharam Sada Vasantam Hridayarvinde Bhavam Bhavani Sahitam Namami Bhavam Bhavani Sahitam Namami Bhavam Bhavani Sahitam Namami. Aratrikam Sarpayami Bhagavate Nithyananda Paramashiva Charana Kamalebhyo Namaha.
The next offering is the offering of Pushpanjali, the offering of fragrant flowers. Now please take a few flowers in your Anjali Mudra and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra.
Pushpanjalihi Gurur Brahma Gurur Vishnu Gurur Devo Maheshwara Gurur Sakshat Parabrahma Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Akhanda Mandalakaram Vyaptam Yena Characharam Tatpadam Darshitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Ajnanatirandasya Jnananjanasalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Aneka Janma Samprapta Karma Bandha Vidahine Atmajnana Pradadena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Mannada Shri Jagannatho Madguru Shri Jagadguru Mamatma Sarva Bhutatma Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Ishvaro Gururameti Murti Bheda Vibhagine Vyomavadyapta Dehaya Dakshinamurtaye Namaha. Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dhanvaditam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyadirlakshyam Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam सद्गुरुं तं नमामि पुष्पाञ्जलिं समर्पयामि भगवश्री नित्यानन्द परमशिव चरणकमलेभ्यो नमः। ॐ नित्यानन्दम्।
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 You to just sit for a few seconds, sit straight and just prepare yourself, because this understanding about which I am going to talk gave me the courage to leave the home. Today's subject is Maya. Actually, many times, the young age I used to think I should leave the home, go around, live a sannyas life. Suddenly, one day, when I was reading one of the Shankara's work on this Maya, somehow the concept clicked. The word Maya cannot be translated into English. Thinking the lesser reality as the higher reality is what we call Maya. What you are seeing, you can't say this is illusion. No, this is not ultimate. Your understanding this is ultimate is illusion. The moment the click happened, I was ready not only to leave the house, decided to live like a Shankara. In the Vedic tradition, anybody who wants to become enlightened has to leave their home. They have to become homeless. It is a basic condition for enlightenment. You can't be in your hometown. You have to start wandering, studying, because to enter into the ultimate truth, you need to have the courage to go behind wherever it leads. There is a beautiful sutra in Brahma Sutra, the first sutra of Brahma Sutra. It says, Atatu Brahma Jignasat. Let us inquire into the reality. It says, only a courageous person who is ready to go behind wherever truth leads can enter into this science. In those days, we had a beautiful system. When somebody becomes enlightened, he will go around and sit with all other scholars, pandits, learned people, and he will open up his understanding. The other person will open up his understanding. Whoever can take the other person to the deeper level of understanding will follow him. That's all. That is why exploring the truth into the deeper and deeper level has been made as a compulsory basic value for anybody who wants to explore the reality, explore into the truth. What we need to understand from this story, courage to go behind the truth, wherever it leads. Even they are ready to gamble with their life, but they are ready for truth. if you accept or start working on the reality, whatever you see can be Maya. It feels as if the ground on which you are standing is opening or giving way, is taken away. It needs courage. It may suddenly open a new door to you. You must be able to go into the door, only then you can see the next door. Because I am trying to reproduce the same understanding and experience which happened in me. Understand? When I understood that Maya, the concept of Maya, it gave me so much of joy and courage to do anything. I decided I will live like a Shankara. There is every possibility you will catch the glimpse. I am not telling you will run away from a home. You will have the same energy and excitement and liberation when you realize this truth. If this one concept Maya is understood logically by you, no suffering can make low curve in you. Nobody can exploit you easily. If you can just open that courage, this understanding can open new doors for you. If you understand this clearly, you will have the courage. If you have little courage, you will have understanding. It's like a circle. Who will start first?
I represent Kailasa Nation, led by Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, which speaks on behalf of 2 billion Hindus around the world who do not have a voice representing them in these international forums.
Alright, I'll start from my side first. I'll give the understanding. Let you add courage to it. Let's enter into the sutra. Illusions deceive, colors circumscribe, even divisibles are indivisible. Look becomes Shiva. Welcome you all with my love and respects. Before entering into the sutras, I want all of you to just sit for a few seconds. Sit straight and just prepare yourself. Because this understanding about which I am going to talk gave me the courage to leave the home. Today's subject is Maya. Actually, many times, the young age I used to think I should leave the home, go around, live a sannyas life. Suddenly, one day, when I was reading one of the Shankara's work on this Maya, somehow the concept clicked. The word Maya cannot be translated into English. Thinking the lesser reality as the higher reality is what we call Maya. What you are seeing, you can't say this is illusion. No, this is not ultimate. Your understanding this is ultimate is illusion. The moment the click happened, I was ready not only to leave the house, decided to live like a Shankara. In the Vedic tradition, anybody wants to become enlightened has to leave their home. They have to become homeless. It is a basic condition for enlightenment. You can't be in your hometown. You have to start wandering, studying, because to enter into the ultimate truth, you need to have the courage to go behind wherever it leads. There is a beautiful sutra in Brahma Sutra, the first sutra of Brahma Sutra. It says, Atato Brahma Jignasa. Let us inquire into the reality. It says, only a courageous person who is ready to go behind wherever truth leads can enter into this science. In those days, we had a beautiful system. When somebody becomes enlightened, he will go around and sit with all other scholars, pandits, learned people, and he will open up his understanding. The other person will open up his understanding. Whoever can take the other person to the deeper level of understanding, will follow him. That's all. That is why exploring the truth into the deeper and deeper level has been made as a compulsory basic value for anybody who wants to explore the reality, explore into the truth. What we need to understand from this story, courage to go behind the truth, wherever it leads. Even they are ready to gamble with their life, but they are ready for truth. If you accept or start working on the reality, whatever you see can be Maya, it feels as if the ground on which you are standing is opening or giving way, is taken away. It needs courage. It may suddenly open a new door to you. You must be able to go into the door, only then you can see the next door. Because I am trying to reproduce the same understanding and experience which happened in me. Understand? When I understood that Maya, the concept of Maya, it gave me so much of joy and courage to do anything. I decided I will live like a Shankara. There is every possibility you will catch the glimpse. I am not telling you will run away from a home. You will have the same energy and excitement and liberation when you realize this truth. If this one concept Maya is understood logically by you, no suffering can make low curve in you. Nobody can exploit you easily. If you can just open that courage, this understanding can open new doors for you. If you understand this clearly, you will have the courage. If you have little courage, you will have understanding. It's like a circle. Who will start first?
I represent Kailasa Nation, led by Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, which speaks on behalf of 2 billion Hindus around the world who do not have a voice representing them in these international forums.
Alright, I'll start from my side first. I'll give the understanding. Let you add courage to it. Let's enter into the sutra. Illusions deceive, colors circumscribe, even divisibles are indivisible. Look becomes Shiva. Welcome you all with my love and respects. Before entering into the sutras, I want all of you to just sit for a few seconds. Sit straight and just prepare yourself. Because this understanding about which I am going to talk gave me the courage to leave the home. Today's subject is Maya. Actually, many times, the young age I used to think I should leave the home, go around, live a sannyas life. Suddenly, one day, when I was reading one of the Shankara's work on this Maya, somehow the concept clicked. The word Maya cannot be translated into English. Thinking the lesser reality as the higher reality is what we call Maya. What you are seeing, you can't say this is illusion. No, this is not ultimate. Your understanding this is ultimate is illusion. The moment the click happened, I was ready not only to leave the house, decided to live like a Shankara. In the Vedic tradition, anybody wants to become enlightened has to leave their home. They have to become homeless. It is a basic condition for enlightenment. You can't be in your hometown. You have to start wandering, studying, because to enter into the ultimate truth, you need to have the courage to go behind wherever it leads. There is a beautiful sutra in Brahma Sutra, the first sutra of Brahma Sutra. It says, Atato Brahma Jignasat. Let us inquire into the reality. It says, only a courageous person who is ready to go behind wherever truth leads can enter into this science. In those days, we had a beautiful system. When somebody becomes enlightened, he will go around and sit with all other scholars, pandits, learned people, and he will open up his understanding. The other person will open up his understanding. Whoever can take the other person to the deeper level of understanding will follow him. That's all. That is why exploring the truth into the deeper and deeper level has been made as a compulsory basic value for anybody who wants to explore the reality, explore into the truth. What we need to understand from this story, courage to go behind the truth, wherever it leads. Even they are ready to gamble with their life, but they are ready for truth. If you accept or start working on the reality, whatever you see can be Maya. It feels as if the ground on which you are standing is opening or giving way, is taken away. It needs courage. It may suddenly open a new door to you. You must be able to go into the door, only then you can see the next door. Because I am trying to reproduce the same understanding and experience which happened in me. Understand? When I understood that Maya, the concept of Maya, it gave me so much of joy and courage to do anything. I decided I will live like a Shankara. There is every possibility you will catch the glimpse. I am not telling you will run away from a home. You will have the same energy and excitement and liberation when you realize this truth. If this one concept Maya is understood logically by you, no suffering can make low curve in you. Nobody can exploit you easily. If you can just open that courage, this understanding can open new doors for you. If you understand this clearly, you will have the courage. If you have little courage, you will have understanding. It's like a circle. Who will start first?
I represent Kailasa Nation, led by Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, which speaks on behalf of 2 billion Hindus around the world who do not have a voice representing them in these international forums.
Alright, I'll start from my side first. I'll give the understanding. Let you add courage to it. Let's enter into the sutra. Illusions deceive, colors circumscribe, even divisibles are indivisible. Look becomes Shiva. Welcome you all with my love and respects. Before entering into the sutras, I want all of you to just sit for a few seconds. Sit straight and just prepare yourself. Because this understanding about which I am going to talk gave me the courage to leave the home. Today's subject is Maya. Actually, many times, the young age I used to think I should leave the home, go around, live a sannyas life. Suddenly, one day, when I was reading one of the Shankara's work on this Maya, somehow the concept clicked. The word Maya cannot be translated into English, thinking the lesser reality as the higher reality is what we call Maya. What you are seeing, you can't say this is illusion. No, this is not ultimate. Your understanding this is ultimate is illusion. The moment the click happened, I was ready not only to leave the house, decided to live like a Shankara. In the Vedic tradition, anybody wants to become enlightened has to leave their home. They have to become homeless. It is a basic condition for enlightenment. You can't be in your hometown. You have to start wandering, studying, because to enter into the ultimate truth, you need to have the courage to go behind wherever it leads. There is a beautiful sutra in Brahma Sutra, the first sutra of Brahma Sutra. It says, Atatu Brahma Jignasat. Let us inquire into the reality. It says, only a courageous person who is ready to go behind wherever truth leads can enter into this science. In those days, we had a beautiful system. When somebody becomes enlightened, he will go around and sit with all other scholars, pandits, learned people, and he will open up his understanding. The other person will open up his understanding. Whoever can take the other person to the deeper level of understanding will follow him. That's all. That is why exploring the truth into the deeper and deeper level has been made as a compulsory basic value for anybody who wants to explore the reality, explore into the truth. What we need to understand from this story, courage to go behind the truth, wherever it leads. Even they are ready to gamble with their life, but they are ready for truth. If you accept or start working on the reality, whatever you see can be Maya. It feels as if the ground on which you are standing is opening or giving way, is taken away. It needs courage. It may suddenly open a new door to you. You must be able to go into the door, only then you can see the next door. Because I am trying to reproduce the same understanding and experience which happened in me. Understand? When I understood that Maya, the concept of Maya, it gave me so much of joy and courage to do anything. I decided I will live like a Shankara. There is every possibility you will catch the glimpse. I am not telling you will run away from a home. You will have the same energy and excitement and liberation when you realize this truth. If this one concept Maya is understood logically by you, no suffering can make low curve in you. Nobody can exploit you easily. If you can just open that courage, this understanding can open new doors for you. If you understand this clearly, you will have the courage. If you have little courage, you will have understanding. It's like a circle. Who will start first?
I represent Kailasa Nation, led by Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, which speaks on behalf of 2 billion Hindus around the world who do not have a voice representing them in these international forums.
Alright, I'll start from my side first. I'll give the understanding. Let you add courage to it. Let's enter into the sutra. Illusions deceive, colors circumscribe, even divisibles are indivisible. Look becomes Shiva. Welcome you all with my love and respects. Before entering into the sutras, I want all of you to just sit for a few seconds, sit straight and just prepare yourself. Because this understanding about which I am going to talk gave me the courage to leave the home. Today's subject is Maya. Actually, many times, the young age I used to think I should leave the home, go around, live a sannyas life. Suddenly, one day, when I was reading one of the Shankara's work on this Maya, somehow the concept clicked. The word Maya cannot be translated into English. Thinking the lesser reality as the higher reality is what we call Maya. What you are seeing, you can't say this is illusion. No, this is not ultimate. Your understanding this is ultimate is illusion. The moment the click happened, I was ready not only to leave the house, decided to live like a Shankara. In the Vedic tradition, anybody wants to become enlightened has to leave their home. They have to become homeless. It is a basic condition for enlightenment. You can't be in your hometown. You have to start wandering, studying, because to enter into the ultimate truth, you need to have the courage to go behind wherever it leads. There is a beautiful sutra in Brahma Sutra, the first sutra of Brahma Sutra. It says, Atatu Brahma Jignasat. Let us inquire into the reality. It says, only a courageous person who is ready to go behind wherever truth leads can enter into this science. In those days, we had a beautiful system. When somebody becomes enlightened, he will go around and sit with all other scholars, pandits, learned people, and he will open up his understanding. The other person will open up his understanding. Whoever can take the other person to the deeper level of understanding will follow him. That's all. That is why exploring the truth into the deeper and deeper level has been made as a compulsory basic value for anybody who wants to explore the reality, explore into the truth. What we need to understand from this story, courage to go behind the truth, wherever it leads. Even they are ready to gamble with their life, but they are ready for truth. If you accept or start working on the reality, whatever you see can be Maya. It feels as if the ground on which you are standing is opening or giving way, is taken away. It needs courage. It may suddenly open a new door to you. You must be able to go into the door, only then you can see the next door. Because I am trying to reproduce the same understanding and experience which happened in me. Understand? When I understood that Maya, the concept of Maya, it gave me so much of joy and courage to do anything. I decided I will live like a Shankara. There is every possibility you will catch the glimpse. I am not telling you will run away from a home. You will have the same energy and excitement and liberation when you realize this truth. If this one concept Maya is understood logically by you, no suffering can make low curve in you. Nobody can exploit you easily. If you can just open that courage, this understanding can open new doors for you. If you understand this clearly, you will have the courage. If you have little courage, you will have understanding. It's like a circle. Who will start first?
I represent Kailasa Nation led by Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, which speaks on behalf of 2 billion Hindus around the world who do not have a voice representing them in these international forums.
Alright, I'll start from my side first. I'll give the understanding. Let you add courage to it. Let's enter into the sutra. Illusions deceive, colors circumscribe, even divisibles are indivisible. Look becomes Shiva. Welcome you all with my love and respects. Before entering into the sutras, I want all of you to just sit for a few seconds. Sit straight and just prepare yourself. Because this understanding about which I am going to talk gave me the courage to leave the home. Today's subject is Maya. Actually, many times, the young age I used to think I should leave the home, go around, live a sannyas life. Suddenly, one day, when I was reading one of the Shankara's work on this Maya, somehow the concept clicked. The word Maya cannot be translated into English. Thinking the lesser reality as the higher reality is what we call Maya. What you are seeing, you can't say this is illusion. No, this is not ultimate. Your understanding this is ultimate is illusion. The moment the click happened, I was ready not only to leave the house, decided to live like a Shankara. In the Vedic tradition, anybody wants to become enlightened has to leave their home. They have to become homeless. It is a basic condition for enlightenment. You can't be in your hometown. You have to start wandering, studying, because to enter into the ultimate truth, you need to have the courage to go behind wherever it leads. There is a beautiful sutra in Brahma Sutra, the first sutra of Brahma Sutra. It says, Atato Brahma Jignasat. Let us inquire into the reality. It says, only a courageous person who is ready to go behind wherever truth leads can enter into this science. In those days, we had a beautiful system. When somebody becomes enlightened, he will go around and sit with all other scholars, pandits, learned people, and he will open up his understanding. The other person will open up his understanding. Whoever can take the other person to the deeper level of understanding will follow him. That's all. That is why exploring the truth into the deeper and deeper level has been made as a compulsory basic value for anybody who wants to explore the reality, explore into the truth. What we need to understand from this story, courage to go behind the truth, wherever it leads. Even they are ready to gamble with their life, but they are ready for truth. If you accept or start working on the reality, whatever you see can be Maya. It feels as if the ground on which you are standing is opening or giving way, is taken away. It needs courage. It may suddenly open a new door to you. You must be able to go into the door, only then you can see the next door. Because I am trying to reproduce the same understanding, an experience which happened in me. Understand? When I understood that Maya, the concept of Maya, it gave me so much of joy and courage to do anything. I decided I will live like a Shankara. There is every possibility you will catch the glimpse. I am not telling you will run away from a home. You will have the same energy and excitement and liberation when you realize this truth. If this one concept Maya is understood logically by you, no suffering can make low curve in you. Nobody can exploit you easily. If you can just open that courage, this understanding can open new doors for you. If you understand this clearly, you will have the courage. If you have little courage, you will have understanding. It's like a circle. Who will start first?
I represent Kailasa Nation, led by Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, which speaks on behalf of 2 billion Hindus around the world who do not have a voice representing them in these international forums.
Alright, I'll start from my side first. I'll give the understanding. Let you add courage to it. Let's enter into the sutra. Illusions deceive, colors circumscribe, even divisibles are indivisible. Look becomes Shiva. Welcome you all with my love and respects. Before entering into the sutras, I want all of you to just sit for a few seconds. Sit straight and just prepare yourself. Because this understanding about which I am going to talk gave me the courage to leave the home. Today's subject is Maya. Actually, many times, the young age I used to think I should leave the home, go around, live a sannyas life. Suddenly, one day, when I was reading one of the Shankara's work on this Maya, somehow the concept clicked. The word Maya cannot be translated into English. Thinking the lesser reality as the higher reality is what we call Maya. What you are seeing, you can't say this is illusion. No, this is not ultimate. Your understanding this is ultimate is illusion. The moment the click happened, I was ready not only to leave the house, decided to live like a Shankara. In the Vedic tradition, anybody wants to become enlightened has to leave their home. They have to become homeless. It is a basic condition for enlightenment. You can't be in your hometown. You have to start wandering, studying, because to enter into the ultimate truth, you need to have the courage to go behind wherever it leads. There is a beautiful sutra in Brahma Sutra, the first sutra of Brahma Sutra. It says, Atatu Brahma Jignasat. Let us inquire into the reality. It says, only a courageous person who is ready to go behind wherever truth leads can enter into this science. In those days, we had a beautiful system. When somebody becomes enlightened, he will go around and sit with all other scholars, pandits, learned people, and he will open up his understanding. The other person will open up his understanding. Whoever can take the other person to the deeper level of understanding will follow him. That's all. That is why exploring the truth into the deeper and deeper level has been made as a compulsory basic value for anybody who wants to explore the reality, explore into the truth. What we need to understand from this story, courage to go behind the truth, wherever it leads. Even they are ready to gamble with their life, but they are ready for truth. if you accept or start working on the reality, whatever you see can be Maya. It feels as if the ground on which you are standing is opening or giving way, is taken away. It needs courage. It may suddenly open a new door to you. You must be able to go into the door, only then you can see the next door. Because I am trying to reproduce the same understanding and experience which happened in me. Understand? When I understood that Maya, the concept of Maya, it gave me so much of joy and courage to do anything.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्याधिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वधी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyananda, on this auspicious day of the Saptami Tithi, very auspicious for the deity of Veerabhadra, the darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is going to happen in a few moments from now, and we are going to see him manifest in the form of Veerabhadra Swami. Today, we get to learn a little bit about how Paramashiva and his manifestations are remembered, and how in the remembrance of them you can manifest the very state and powers that they have. For example, the way that Swamiji shares about the Shiva Leelas. It isn't that a Shiva Leela is a part of history. It is literally a moment in time that can be reproduced again and again just by its mere remembrance. And that is the phenomena of what is a Purana known as a subjective truth. You can bring the presence of these deities into your life, shower their blessings, and invoke the cosmic actions that they performed. Yes, that is what we're going to be learning today, and we're going to be learning a little bit more from the face of which Paramashiva manifested Veerabhadra, and what is the specific form, and what is the way that Veerabhadra showers in our lives every day. And also we'll learn a little bit more about how we can live a life beyond our suffering, beyond holding on to our suffering, and live a very powerful life. This is all taught is a powerful sessions where you can yourself go and learn how to incorporate all of these teachings into your life, part by part. We never give an appointment to ourselves. We always have time, and we keep time for other things in our life, and we do things even just to distract ourselves from having to look into ourselves, find peace within ourselves, or find that serenity inside of ourselves and celebrate our own aloneness. That is something that we avoid so much. And this also contributes to a lot of the suffering that we face in our lives. When we come to the Paramashivoham sessions, we decide that we want to live an authentic life. We want to have a depth in our lives that can radiate so much of clarity and bring so much of success to every aspect of our lives. If you desire this depth and this clarity, you should join the Paramashivoham sessions. You can go to the link below or scan the QR code that is presented here. Join the sessions today. There is a few more sessions only remaining until the darshan, which is going to happen in a few moments from now. You can go to the QR code and scan, or go to the link below, get yourself in the registration and inside the Paramashivoham classroom, the Zoom rooms. And now we're going to be taking a look at how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism introduces Paramashiva's various Leelas to us. So let us take a look at our first video that we have for you today.
Let us start today's satsang in Bhagavad Gita, 4th chapter, Jnana Karma Sannyasa Yoga, 32nd verse.
एवं बहुविधाः यज्ञाः विताथा ब्रह्मणो मुखे कर्मजान् विद्धितान् सर्वान् एवं ज्ञात्वा विमोक्ष्यसे.
Evam bahuvitaha yajñaha vitata brahmano mukhe karmajan viddidan sarvan evam jnatva vimokshase. Translation: thus worship of the divine energies is performed in various ways. In the beginning of expansion, understand that all of them originate in actions. Knowing this, you will be liberated. cuts Brahma's head, removes the ego of Brahma and makes Brahma enlightened. This action, Shiva's energy coming out and removing the ego of Brahma and making him enlightened, this action becomes Kala Bhairava. So when you connect with Kala Bhairava and start worshipping the divine energy called Kala Bhairava, he removes your ego also and gives you enlightenment. Same way, Veerabhadra, Shiva's energy expanded and destroyed the collective negativity of Daksha, which causes suffering for himself and for others. Many times, your pain body becomes so strong, knowingly you cause suffering to you and to others. Even though you know you are causing suffering to you and to others, but the pain pattern is so strong, you can't escape. I can see very clearly. So many people, they know if they are out of me, if they are away from me, they are going to create suffering for themselves. But their ego, arrogance is so strong, they can't live. They can't live around me. I have seen so many times, even devotees, they know if they listen to my teachings and live, they will be out of their sufferings and torture they are doing to themselves and to others. But they don't want. Daksha represents the negativity which causes suffering to yourself and to others. Shiva's energy which came out and destroyed the Daksha's negativity is Veerabhadra. Understand? Veerabhadra did not kill Daksha. He gave life back to Daksha. So this energy which destroys your negativity of giving suffering to yourself and to others is called Veerabhadra. If you connect with this divine energy and pray, feel connected, you will see in you also the pain body, the patterns which create suffering for yourself and others will be destroyed. It's a beautiful verse. Eva bahuvitaha yajnaha vitata brahmano mukhe karmajan viddidan sarvan evam jnatva vimokshase. Thus, worship of the divine energies is performed in various ways. In the beginning of expansion, understand that all of them originate in actions. Knowing this, you will be liberated. Same way, if you are frozen, closed, then start connecting with Krishna, who is doing Rasa Leela, who just opened himself to the whole universe. Understand? Krishna's Rasa Leela did not happen just with Gopikas. It happened with the plants, trees, rocks, Yamuna, whole thing. And the Purnima Chandra, the full moon, with whole, he had Rasa Leela. His Rasa Leela was enjoyed by the whole existence. Gopikas were also happened to be there, that's all. It was not concentrated towards Gopikas. It was with the whole. So if you are frozen, having the sickening suffocation, many times people do have this sickening suffocation. Come on, then expand. It is time. you meditate on Rasalila Krishna. So each action of divine, each action of an incarnation becomes independent energy by itself. Shiva's one action, cutting Brahma's head and giving him enlightenment, it became an independent energy called Kala Bhairava. Shiva's one action of killing the negativity of Daksha and liberating him from negativity and negative patterns became independent divine energy called Veerabhadra. Shiva's one action of teaching in silence to Sanagadi rishis and giving them enlightenment becomes Dakshinamurti. Just each action of divine becomes one form, one energy. Understand? When Shiva assumed the body and married Meenakshi and ruled this Pandya kingdom, he became Sundara Pandya. That action became an independent energy of Sundara Pandya.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, in this clip we got to know how the Veerabhadra manifestation did not come to finish Daksha, but he came to remove the suffering of Daksha. And that is what the Leelas of Paramashiva are. They come to manifest again and again to remove our suffering, to give us the enlightenment, to perform the Panchakritya that Paramashiva does. Each and every Leela of Paramashiva is unique and must be celebrated and worshipped also. When you can see the manifestation of any of these have happened, Paramashiva manifests in such a way that it is a phenomena that cuts across the multiple dimensions of the cosmos. The whole universe celebrates Paramashiva when he manifests. And beautifully, how Swamiji was sharing that in the Bhagavatam, Bhagavan Sri Krishna himself, when he does the Rasalila, the whole cosmos is just lifted into a different loka. In the same way, the whole cosmos, whenever the darshans of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism happen, when Swamiji comes and gives us the darshans, especially on the auspicious timings, when these are aligned, and it happens under the blessings and the very way the whole universe is in synchronicity, that way then Paramashiva manifests and happens in our lives. It is literally us who have a possibility of connecting with everything in all around us and to the whole cosmos at once. Because as he shared, it is just the whole cosmos is at a receptivity, at a space of receiving Paramashiva in this very form. Of course, the same thing happened at the time of Swamiji's birth, when the whole flash of light manifested, and from that light there came from consciousness above the Arunachala hill, and then the Swamiji was born. This vision is described beautifully by Swamiji's very own mother. And this is something that happens again and again and has a possibility of awakening all the non-mechanical parts of our brain and raising our lives to a higher space of living. Continuously being there when the darshans are happening, attending to Swamiji and allowing him to attend to all of us. It is all about us being ready to receive him. He is always ready, and he is less flooding us, showering us with the blessings. But it is only us who say the unfortunate word of no. or we are not ready, or I don't know, or whatever it may be that we are putting a certain uncertainty between ourselves and Swamiji, we will realize that when he comes and just opens the floodgates of this darshan, and we are there in such a receptive mode, and we are prepared ourselves. The best way to prepare yourself, of course, is inside the Paramashivoham program sessions. Day in, from the beginning of the day, with the yoga, aligning our body's geometry with the geometry of the whole cosmos. And then from yoga to the various sessions, and also the power manifestation sessions, where you sit and you manifest the powers of Paramashiva day by day. Various sessions are there to manifest the various powers of Paramashiva, and to just make us understand all of this power manifestation is a reality, and just by our will and just by the chastity of our decisions, we can really manifest Paramashiva and really manifest whatever we want. And the more and more we tap into that kind of a lifestyle, then the reality around us will start changing itself. We will see how in synchronicity everything is. And that is the way we can also celebrate. So we have another clip where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describes also the various forms of Paramashiva and the way that we can connect with them. Specifically, the Paramashivas that manifest from the various three eyes of Paramashiva. They are the right eye, left eye, and the third eye. And Swamiji beautifully gives an examples of which forms of Paramashiva manifest from which eye. So let us take a look at this beautiful clip that Swamiji has given us about the three eyes of Paramashiva.
Sadashiva's right eye is Surya Mandala, left eye is Soma Mandala, third eye is Vanni Mandala, Agni Mandala. Vahni or Agni, both words can be used. Usually we use the word Vanni Mandala. Listen, the right eye, Surya Mandala, is responsible for power. Swayam Prakasatva, logic, penetrating, scrutinizing, dissecting, ruling. All the aggressive and active tendencies, the Ananta Kalyana Guna, the thousands and thousands of auspicious qualities Sadashiva radiates, in that all the aggressive active qualities radiates through the right eye. Surya Mandala, love, compassion, making it happen, keeping it together, far life, pro-life. Those energies radiate through the Soma Mandala, the left eye. Understand? Romance, love, compassion, far life, keeping it together, making it happen, breaking all the obstacles. All those passive but foundational qualities for life in the Ananta Kalyana Gunas of Sadashiva, the foundational qualities for life, they manifest through the Soma Mandala, the left eye. Giving enlightenment happens, manifesting all the powers, initiation, liberation, all those activities are done through third eye. Kalabhairava and Veerabhadra have been manifested through the right eye. The powers of the right eye, the jata and nail. Subramanya manifested through the third eye. Ganesha manifested from the Soma Mandala. That is why he is remover of all the obstacles. is always for life, pro-life. He always votes for life, pro-life. His space, his energy, joyful being. The moment you see, you can see, such a carefree, joyful being, does not diet to reduce the weight and look fit. Happy guy. and the way he is and very blissful being who goes on radiating far life energy, pro-life energy. This Soma Mandala I am sharing with all of you is the Soma energy, the moon energy of Sadashiva, Amritatva, nectar, the Ganesha energy, the energy from which Ganesha manifested. This Soma energy will remove all your obstacles and make you be here for Sadashivoham 2016 happen to you. This consists, the Soma Mandala carries the Virya, Jnananjana and Pulluruvi, all the three, programmed. See, actually all these Virya, Jnananjana, Pulluruvi, all these are like a batteries. I can infuse any energy into it and program it. So, it is specially programmed for Soma energy on the Somavara, moon day and full moon day. This time both came together on the same day, especially the big moon. After 68 years, the moon came nearest to the planet Earth, so we captured the nectar. Soma energy of Sadashiva, and it is stored, it is getting shipped to all of you. It will reach to all of you this weekend. The program we are going to do, Introduction to Sadashivoham, starts with Chandra, who adorns Sadashiva, who resides with Sadashiva, who got the status of Anga Devata of Sadashiva. See, moon is not considered as Abharana Devata. In the puja mantras, if you see, snakes are called as Abharana Devatas of Sadashiva, but moon is not called as Abharana Devata. He is called as Anga Devata. He is addressed as Anga Devata. See, there are different Devatas associated with any god. Anga Devata, Abharana Devata, Parsha Devata, means the disciples and followers, and Vahana, Shakti. So many Devatas will be associated. Chandra is not considered as the Abharana Devata. Even though he is owned by Sadashiva, he is considered as the Anga Devata, part of Sadashiva. So, with the grace of Chandra, who is Anga Devata of Sadashiva, his energy, the Soma Mandala, will manifest. This time, the Soma Mandala will be used to awaken your Kundalini and make it stable in your system. This is going to be the next most powerful spiritual alchemy product. Understand? Still, the product is getting ready. It is not yet out. Enlightenment. Sadashiva's right. I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda.
Yes, beautifully we saw the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism share about the various aspects and from which anga of Paramashiva these leelas of Paramashiva or actions were performed in the cosmos. And we have the final clip that we have for you today before we enter into our preparation for the darshan. If you have not registered yourself, you don't need to miss. There are two reasons why it's the best opportunity right now to join inside the Paramashivoham session. Of course, right now the Paramashivoham program is absolutely free. For this Chaturmasya period where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is giving everyone the opportunity to join the Paramashivoham program and have their successful Chaturmasya in their lives. And in this session, you can have the Nainadiksha of Swamiji, where his eyes will directly fall upon you, and in that, so much of healing and possibilities are awakened. And then also you will experience the opportunity to be able to request your prayers to Swamiji, anything that you want, anything you want to manifest in your life, anything that you want to heal inside your life, or for any loved one that you have in your life, you can ask in the Zoom chat any question that you want, and Swamiji will be directly attending to you. So this is a wonderful, wonderful opportunity that we all have. So encouraging all of you to go ahead now and take these few moments to go and register for the Paramashivoham session, get yourself inside a Zoom room and have the wonderful darshan that is going to be happening for us in a few moments. Until then, let us watch another beautiful clip where Swamiji talks about the very cosmos itself. Today the sessions were dealing with the topic of the Surya Siddhanta and the nature of the whole cosmos. As it is the first few days of the whole Paramashivoham program, we always give the beautiful understanding about the whole universe and understanding how the Jagat works, and how expanding your understanding about it does tremendous amounts of healing and really gives you more powerful cognitions about yourself, about the world around you, and finally about God, Ishvara, Paramashiva. So let us take a look at this final clip that we have for you today.
The happenings of the outer world does not damage, dent, impact. The happenings of the outer world does not damage, dent, impact. The happenings of the dent, impact. The happenings of the outer world does not damage, dent, impact. The happenings of the outer world does not damage, dent, impact.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om.
The happenings of the outer world does not damage, dent, impact. Is the happenings of the outer world does not intelligence, who is the impact master of Jupiter. The happenings planet. Of the outer world does not damage. The Western cosmology or astronomy considers Jupiter as a planet, maybe with little abilities, capabilities, kind of a logically analyzable, understandable combination of matter and forces together. But in reality, Guru, Lord of Jupiter, is independent intelligence. He can respond to your prayers. He can manifest what you want in your life. Hinduism, even for physical diagnosis, uses astrology. If you go to a real Ayurvedic doctor, you see all Ayurvedic doctors who are rooted in original tradition, whether Ayurvedic doctor or Siddha doctor, the traditional, authentic, scripturally educated, empowered, entrained Siddha doctors or Ayurvedic doctors, they will basically know the Jyotisham, because Jyotisha is Anga, part of Ayurveda science. Siddha Vaidyathil Sarambarthalum, Ayurvedathil Jyotisham Parthalum, Maruttuvathin Adippadayana Satyangalul Ondru. In Siddha tradition, there is something called Sarambarthal. Means, when you go to the doctor, what was the breathing pattern of the doctor and breathing pattern of you? It's a science. And what was the pattern of the planets? I should say grahas, because the word planets is a mokka. Graha is the living word. For a living being, you cannot use the word it. For a living being, you only can use the word with the reverence of life added to it. Planets are living beings. Yadu Pashita Manya Janmani Subhasubham Tasya Karmanaha Bhaktim Vyajayati Shastrametat Tamasi Dravyani Deepaiva. Lagujatakam, Sloka 3. This branch of science, the Hora Shastra, reveals the good and bad results earned as fruits of karmas done in past lives. Like a glowing lamp reveals the objects placed in darkness. Since this Shastra throws light, Jyotish, upon the karma in store for an individual to experience in his life, this Shastra is called Jyotish Shastra. All religious rituals of Hindus are guided by the lamp called Jyotish Shastra. All physical disease diagnosis is also guided by the Jyotish Shastra in Hindu tradition. If you go to a doctor, Ayurvedic doctor, Siddha doctor, he will first consult your horoscope and study your nadi and saram. Only then will start the treatment. Jyotish Shastra, also known as Vedic astrology, is the oldest of all sciences. Its history is traced back to the Vedas, whose rishis, by the expansion of their consciousness, which is the real Jyotish that lights up everything, were able to download, understand, reveal the science of Jyotish Shastra, Surya Siddhanta. Understand? If you start cognizing the element of consciousness in you, you will start respecting your swatantratva, ability to will and manifest, and you will start recognizing the same ability to will and manifest in planets, plants to planets. Then you will start developing reverence for life everywhere. Living with a tremendous love, reverence for life everywhere is only described by Isavasya Upanishad as Ishavashyamidagun sarvam. If you think you are just a matter, you will look at the whole world just as a matter. If you realize you are consciousness, then you will understand the whole thing which exists as consciousness.
Nice.
Veerabhadra destroyed the negativity of Daksha, which causes suffering for himself and for others.
This Daksha did a yajna disrespecting Paramashiva without offering.
அறியாத மூர்க்கர்களை வேற மக்களுக்கு நெறியில்ல வாழ்வுதனி புரளும் இம்மக்களுக்கு நெறியுடைய வேதத்தினும் பொருளை அறிவித்து நெறியுடைய வேதத்தினும் பொருளை அறிவித்து வீடு வேறு நாங்கள் அடைய விந்தைகள் செய்த மயிலாயம் தனிலுறையும் நித்யானந்த பரம்பொருளே மயிலாயம் தனிலுறையும் நித்யானந்த பரம்பொருளே ஓம் நித்யானந்த பரமசிவோகம் ஓம் நித்யானந்த பரமசிவோகம் ஓம் நித்யானந்த பரமசிவோகம் ஓம் நித்யானந்த பரமசிவோகம். பொய்யெல்லாம் மெய் என்று